Good evening and welcome to the Town Council chambers for two public hearings here on Tuesday, September 9th. The first one, I believe, is going to be short, and judging by the room, I believe the second one may be just a tad longer. But little housekeeping before we do that, based on the crowd tonight. We are live streaming what's going on in chambers tonight in room 207, 209, which is one floor down, as well as in the lobby of Town Hall. So if you're not comfortable with the surroundings and being packed in, or would like to sit down or see it in a different way, you have two options to do so. So with that, I will have Madam Clerk call the roll, please.
Peter Talbot.
Here.
Don Walsh.
Here.
David Velaber.
Here.
John Milone.
Here.
Fiona Pearson. Tricia Kramer. Greg Wolf.
Here.
Dina Allard.
Here.
And Jim Jinks.
Here.
Everyone's present.
Please rise and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our first public hearing tonight is on the Neighborhood Assistance Act program. Madam Clerk, would you read the legal notice, please?
The Town Council of the Town of Cheshire will hold a public hearing at 7 p.m. on Tuesday, September 9th, 2025 in Council Chambers, Town Hall, 84 South Main Street, Cheshire, Connecticut, to consider revised applications to the 2022 and 2023 Neighborhood Assistance Act program. Electors and citizens will be heard at the public hearing concerning this matter.
Thank you. And Mr. Kimball, would you do the presentation on the hearing subject?
Sure thing, and I will be brief, but the town of Cheshire participates in the Connecticut Neighborhood Assistance Act tax credit program. The town's role is purely administrative. The Hometown Foundation was awarded NAA funds both in the 2022 and 2023 program years following approval by the town council. The state has clarified that if an organization completes all of the expenses outlined in their originally approved program proposal, but there are still funds remaining, they are required to prepare and submit a revised application, which now includes those additional eligible expenses. The revised application must be resubmitted to the municipality for review and approval, and once the approval of the revised application will then be forwarded to the Department of Revenue Services. However, the public hearing is then required again, as it was back in 2022 and 2023, and that is the purpose of this hearing here tonight, again, for the Hometown Foundation's application for 2022 and 2023 program funds for the Neighborhood Assistance Act.
Thank you, Mr. Kimball. If there is anyone who would like to speak on the Neighborhood Assistance Act public hearing, they can do so by coming up to the podium to my right, your left. Going once, going twice. I will close this public hearing. Which brings us to our second public hearing of the evening, and this is a continuation of the public hearing from 8/12/25. It is the notice of continued public hearing, sale of plus or minus 58 acres of land formerly owned by the state of Connecticut. We've had the presentation on the hearing topic, and I will read a statement. I will read one letter that I received late in the game, and then I will turn it over to the public. You can speak by lining up to, again, my right, your left at the podium, and you can just queue up down the line there. Prior to the continuation of the public comments portion of the public hearing on the proposed sale and development of the subject property, I ask for your attention and consideration for just a moment. The Town Council appreciates the public interest in the proposed sale and development of the subject property. It is very helpful for the council to hear the thoughts and opinions of our residents. Please keep in mind that tonight is a continuation of the public hearing that began on August 12th. Over 24 residents spoke at the August 12th hearing. All those comments are part of the record for this public hearing. All of those comments have been written into the minutes. And the minutes from the August 12th public hearing summarize the comments made to date. We have also received numerous emails, I'd say that's numerous, from members of the public. There's 55 different individuals that submitted emails to the council. I personally have read all of those correspondence, and I'm sure that my colleagues have as well. There is no need to and no benefit from repeating the comments that have already been stated on the record. If you agree with comments made by others, feel free to simply indicate that you are echoing or reiterating comments or concerns already made, but it's not necessary for you to do so. If you have something new to add, we'd love to hear from you. After the public hearing is closed, the very first new business agenda item tonight will be discussion and action on this proposed transaction. Again, we thank you for your sincere interest and participation in this public hearing. As I mentioned, there was a very late email that I hadn't had a chance to read and didn't get included into the public record, and I would like to read that now. It's dated 9/9/25 and was sent at 2:20 this afternoon. Peter, as chairman of the Cheshire Town Council, I write to you today because it has come to my attention that Bizzuto's Inc. was mentioned in connection with the potential sale and development of approximately 58 acres of land formerly owned by the state of Connecticut in Cheshire, Connecticut. I would like to take this opportunity to clarify that Bizzuto's Inc. was not aware of this matter prior to its recent mention, and at this time has no plans to be involved in the project in any capacity, including leasing space at the proposed development. After reviewing the minutes from the most recent meeting where our company was referenced as a potential tenant, I want to state clearly that Bizzuto's is not engaged in any discussions related to this project and has no current intention of leasing space. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter, and feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions. And it's signed by Michael Bizzuto, and I will hand this over to Madam Clerk to be, again, included into the record of the minutes along with the stack that is already there. So with that as a lengthy preamble, we will turn it over to the public and Mr. Veliper.
Quick question. At the last meeting, there were multiple questions asked by residents that were directed at the developer and the question, and also questions that were submitted by council members to the town planner. And we were told that those were going to be answered or addressed by the town planner. When will that come? Because I mean, I assume some of those questions might, residents might want to hear some of the answers from either the developer or something before.
The
Yeah.
plan was to continue with the public comment.
Yep.
And then provide the developer an opportunity to address the public's concerns at the end.
Okay, and then that's when the town
And
planner will also discuss.
I don't know if Mr. Glidden is prepared to answer questions. You tell me, Mr. Glidden.
Well, I mean, the applicant, some of those are directed towards the applicant.
Okay,
We can see the applicant taking answer to those questions. Speak up.
Oh, sorry.
yeah, sorry.
Some of those questions directed to the applicant, those are probably appropriate to ask them
Okay.
and staff.
Right,
So-
okay. But there were some directed at the other as well, so we'll address them then. Okay.
Good, Mr. Veliver?
Sure.
Excellent. With that, a familiar face, welcome State Representative Lenahan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the council, and to everybody here in the room today. Thank you all for being here. I am Representative Liz Linehan, and I have been a representative for the town since 2016. All right, I have never been told to be louder before, but in this one instance, I will be louder. And please forgive me, I normally speak extemporaneously, but it's been a heck of a long day, so I do have prepared remarks. In 2017, the town council began discussions with the delegation to obtain the parcel of land in question today for the purposes of economic development. I secured this parcel of land on Cheshire's behalf under special provisions approved by the governor and the legislature. Essentially, that parcel of land was conveyed to the town as a pass-through entity. The town would then put out RFPs, and the council could vote as to whether or not to sell the land. If it sold, the proceeds would then be passed on to the state. If they don't sell, the land automatically reverts back to the state, which brings us here today. The conveyance began in 2017, and at that time, there were no known plans to develop the area across Highland by 691. So it was seen as a need for Cheshire and a win for taxpayers. But things have certainly changed since 2017, especially with the addition of Stonebridge Crossing. As both a representative and a resident, I no longer support the sale of that land, and specifically do not support the cold storage building because of its negative impact on the neighbors and the environment. Cold storage facilities are very energy intensive and consume several times more electricity and water than standard warehouses. This constant demand places an additional strain on the local power grid, water supply, generates excessive heat, and increases greenhouse gas emissions, and rely on refrigerants that pose both climate and health risks. Cold storage also emits a low hum, much like the Covanta plant, which is subject to a lawsuit in Bristol due to the negative impact on the neighborhood. These impacts should not be underestimated when facilities are proposed near residential areas. In addition, the facility could lead to increased heavy truck traffic, including diesel-powered transport refrigeration units that often idle for extended periods of time. This could negatively affect local air quality, increase noise, and disrupt the peace of our neighborhoods, undermining the quality of life and our property values. Families should not have to endure industrial noise or light pollution when in their own homes or backyards. Connecticut towns such as South Windsor and Watertown have already stood firm against large warehouse proposals due to these very concerns, and we hope our community will take similar care in evaluating any cold storage project proposed here in Cheshire. But you know me, and I don't just face a problem unless I have a solution. Residents have asked that the town council vote down the proposal while the state delegation secures an extension from the state to find a new buyer for the property. I do not support that approach. Instead, I offer that if the council votes down this proposal tonight, I will represent this town and ask for not an extension, but I will seek to have the entire property conveyed to the town with the pass-through sale provision applying solely to the frontage along Route 10 for economic development and keeping the remaining acreage, that which backs up to residential properties, as designated open space for conservation and passive recreation. I got you, buddy. I got you. But I can't do this alone. I need this council to vote this down so we can work together, especially with Peter Talbot and Jim Jinks, who I have worked with so well in the past. And I really believe that if we focus and work on this together, then we will have this opportunity for Cheshire to not only provide some economic development, but to also conserve our precious land here in the town of Cheshire. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you,
That's a-
Representative
that's a-
Lenahan. If we could, I would just ask the crowd to hold the applause and let the speakers, they are on a 3-minute time limit. As it is, she snuck it in under the wire, so she's done this before. The attorney, I'm going to grant a little bit of extra time for. However, I am hopeful that the attorney will speak for many of the residents in the room. That's why I am allowing extra time for this particular one. Everyone else will be held to a 3-minute time frame. But again, I'm hoping that the repetitive comments will not be too many.
Mr. Chairman, if it benefits the situation, I will reach out to my clients right here and ask them to raise their hand for anybody who's willing to cede their time to me.
There you go.
That's a pretty big saving of time.
We just saved about a half hour right there. so.
Exactly. And I want to say that's a difficult act to follow. I'm just telling you. So I come to you from more of a planning and zoning perspective. My name is Carrie Olson. I'm a partner at Harris Beach Murtha. I am a land use and municipal law attorney. I am also a former town attorney to the town of Cheshire. In fact, I think we represented Cheshire for at least a decade, if not more. As in that capacity, I worked very close with Bill Bolker, Suzanne Simone, and others on many land use issues, represented your boards and commissions. I just want you to realize I am very familiar with Cheshire's goals and objectives based on my dealings with all of you. I am writing today to explain to you why the proposal that's been submitted to you by 3 Squared on its face does not ultimately meet those planning objectives. The proposal is incomplete, and worse, it's incompatible with the abutting residential neighborhood. And I want to say my clients consist of the Castle Heights Condominium Association, as well as 10 members of the Birch Drive neighborhood. And when I say Birch Drive, I'm talking about all of the streets that are part of that. So I am going to skip over a chunk of my memo that deals with the background information, because everybody's familiar with that, but it's in there just to be complete. So the property at issue here, I just want to be really clear. Everybody seems to think it's been slated for industrial uses. This property is not in an industrial zone. It never has been. It's in the IC zone, okay? And the uses permitted in the IC zone were limited to light industrial, commercial, office, hotels, residential, all by special permit, okay? And at the time that it was created, the only uses that were permitted were the ones that I described. No heavy industrial uses were allowed. So to say that this property lies in an industrial zone is just not true. And I want to say also that storage, warehousing, and truck terminals were expressly prohibited in this zone. And I refer you to Regulation Section 48(2)B. It wasn't until 2021, and without any direct notice to the neighborhood, and when I say the neighborhood, I'm talking about my clients, Birch Drive and the Condo Association, approved a text amendment allowing for a much more intensive use, that being warehousing, storage, distribution. And that's Regulation Section 48(2)H. What's interesting is that both provisions still exist in your regulations today. And I refer you to Regulation Sections 48, and I've actually attached a copy where I highlighted. So you've got this ambiguity. You've got one section that says nope, and you got another section that says yes. But in no case do they circumscribe the scope of the type of warehousing, storage, or distribution that would be allowed. Now, as I said, the neighborhood that I represent consists of Castle Heights, which is 88 units of 55-plus adult single-family homes, as well as Birch Drive neighborhood. And all of these homes were constructed and purchased by these families well before any development projects were contemplated for this property. Because remember, the bill didn't pass till 2019. The 2021 zoning text amendment and the ambiguity also would not have been apparent to the people in the neighborhood. So based upon the regulations and the existing ambiguity, there is no one in the neighborhood who could have known or contemplated the magnitude of the industrial use being proposed here tonight when they bought into the neighborhood. Now, the RFP, and you're going to have to bear with me for a minute, but I think it's important for everybody in the audience as well as those at home to appreciate, and I'm sure you all have read this, but it doesn't hurt to remind you what the RFP called for. And this is your words. This is the town's words I'm quoting. The town envisions that the development will result in a project that provides a clear economic benefit to the community. While residential uses are permitted in the zoning district, it is the preferences that the site is developed in one of the industrial or commercial uses which are listed above. And again, that's section 48, which again, at the time, didn't allow for that. The 2016 Plan of Conservation and Development identifies the area as the interchange focus area. The plan highlights how in 1985, the interchange zone was established with the thought of attracting sound development, which would be located at the front door for Cheshire. It's your gateway. The plan stresses that a master plan approach should be taken in order to balance development wants along with the community's preferences as it relates to access management, scale of buildings, and similar features that can impact the community. Therefore, the proposal should be responsible, sustainable, and fit the scale of the area without causing an adverse impact on the immediate area. So clearly what this town was seeking was a thorough master plan so that if you were going to stick your neck out and transfer this property, you knew precisely what you were getting. We don't have that here. The proposal, and again, I think there were 2 responses to the RFP. I've heard mixed things. I know there was a residential one that was summarily rejected because of the concerns about overtaxing the school system. And then there was the 3 squared proposal. Based on its submission, and this is just broadly, 3 squared intends to immediately seek a zone change from the IC zone to the ICSSD zone. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with that, but this is a zone that allows for a special development plan. They can write their own regs, right? And none of this, although they told you at the last meeting, this is what they plan to do, none of this has been provided to you. You have no idea what they're proposing as far as regs or a special development plan. None of it's been presented to the council. We do know that they intend to install at least a 119,000 square foot cold storage building and build an additional 86,000 square feet of supportive housing and or light industrial. The possibility of a restaurant along the Highland Avenue is also in there, in the mix. But by 3 Square's own admission, the actual site plan and ultimate uses of the property are not clearly defined and remain uncertain. So now you have to look at the Plan of Conservation and Development. And again, this was adopted in 2016. But some of the main focuses of the Plan of Conservation and Development was to focus on affordable housing choices, especially where public transportation options are available, encourage smart commercial growth, and encourage industrial developments if they're compatible with the environment, residential growth, and community facilities. The POCD also specifically calls out the properties north of I-691 as the front door to Cheshire and charges development in these what were IC zones to optimize the attractiveness of the area, protect natural resources, ensure compatibility with neighboring land uses, minimize traffic conflicts, and create a balanced tax and employment base. So until 2021, which is after the POCD was adopted, no heavy industrial uses were permitted in the IC zone. It was just the light industrial and the other commercial and residential that I mentioned. Since the 2016 POCD was adopted, a lot has changed in the northern quadrant of Cheshire. Over 21 acres of the zoning map that was IC was changed to ICSDD, which allows for the installation of a neighborhood shopping center, which is directly across the street from the property at issue here. Many other properties on the west side of Highland Avenue have likewise been converted to ICSDD SDD. And the town has approved multifamily developments like River Point with 93 units. And of course, there's also Stonebridge Crossing, which is 440 units of residential. Again, currently sitting north of I-691, there is no heavy industrial uses approved. This would be, stick out like a sore thumb. So then I get to the analysis. And what I really want to focus on is the neighborhood impacts, because we all appreciate that that's the main concern of my clients. And so we have tried to provide to you something more than just blanket statements of what it's going to do to them. We tried to provide to you information based on research that establishes that residential uses and industrial uses do not mix. You can ask most planners if they would recommend residential uses being allowed in industrial zones or next to industrial uses. And I can guarantee you 99% of the time they would say no. In fact, I think you're all familiar with 830G. Are you familiar with 830G, the Affordable Housing Act? Industrial zones that do not allow residential uses is the one exception to succumbing to an 830G. Okay? So even the legislature recognizes that they can't cram a residential use down the throats of an industrial zone. Okay? So first and foremost, there's the loss of property values. And we have provided you with 2 letters.
Ms. Olson?
Yes.
I just wanted to give you an update. 4 minutes remain in your
Okay.
time.
And I'll turn it over to somebody else if I have to, but I'll be quick. So we've got 2 opinions of the local realtors that establish, again, that the loss of property values by an industrial use next to a residential is certain, okay? And I'll leave that at that. But in addition, 3 Squared has been invited to seek TIF financing and tax abatements. What these do is result in several years of lost tax revenue while the tax abatement or TIF is in play. And while that's in play, you're not getting the economic benefit. And at the same time now, you've got lost revenue due to the lowered assessment of all of these residential properties. Noise, indisputable. These storage warehouses cause noise. The size of the condensers certainly play a role in that. But every single article I read said they run them all day and night, 24/7. Can you imagine living next to that? And then there's the pollution. They use like an anhydrous. Ooh, I should have written it down. It's a coolant that is toxic, and it's also very light. So studies have shown that it easily floats through the air to neighboring properties. As you already heard, they use more fossil fuel than other warehouses, contributing to air pollution and global warming. The number of trucks exiting, idling with oil spills and potential other issues exacerbates that. And you have to remember, 3 Squared told you, this property lies almost completely in one of your aquifer protection zones. Okay? Something you should be thinking about. Traffic. I have to address the Hesketh report. Hopefully I can do this very quickly. The Hesketh report is, as I said, nothing more than a best guess. Because we don't actually know what uses are going to eventually be installed, the estimates given to you by Hesketh, they mean nothing. We don't know what light industrial uses will be here. We don't know if there's going to be residential. We don't know which type of cold storage tenant is going to go in here. So, you know, he can rely on these sort of rote charts, but that doesn't answer the question. And I think you have to be concerned. And then the aesthetics, the size. What I want to say here, and again, I hope you all have read the memo, but what I want to say here is, if they convert this property to the SDD, not only do they get to write their own regulations, but they can have a building up to 65 feet in height. And nothing says that they can't ask for more, right? Nothing says they can't ask for more. So council oversight, last thing, last point, please bear with me. Town Planner Glidden spent a lot of time at the last meeting telling you how there are so many other agencies and commissions that will also have to look at this project. It's not the end of the road. He's absolutely right. But what you need to understand is every single one of those commissions and agencies has limited jurisdiction. Limited jurisdiction. They don't have the discretion that all of you have right here, right now. They're stuck with their regulations and state law. The Wetlands Commission can't regulate zoning matters. The Zoning Commission can't regulate wetlands matters. The Zoning Commission can't put conditions that aren't in the regulations.
Time, Ms. Olson.
Okay, so I just want to say, I pray that you exercise your discretion.
Thank
And-
you for your comments.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Lounsbury. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Birch Drive neighborhood and the Cheshire community. With me is a petition 41 pages long with over 1,800 concerned citizens. We're urging this council to vote no on the proposed cold storage development and the sale of public land that will enable it. Just over a month ago, I started this petition to raise awareness with this town. With the help with my neighbors, we were able to get these signatures. These are residents, these are past residents, family, friends of everyone in this room. This is just not another development. This is a 24/7 industrial cold storage facility with nonstop truck traffic, diesel emissions, and noise pollution, right next to homes, schools, and small businesses. We support reasonable development. Oh, sorry. We support reasonable development. We want Cheshire to thrive, but this proposal is wrong project in the wrong place. It serves private interests, not public good. One sentence. The 1,800 signatures, 41 pages, these are just not numbers. They're families, taxpayers, voters, and lifelong residents who are asking you to stand with your community. We are asking you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lounsbury. Another familiar face. Welcome, Mr. Slocum.
Welcome, Mr. Talbot, my neighbor. I'm Tim Slocum, 1285 Lilac Court, longtime member of the Town Council and former member of the Planning and Zoning Commission. You're giving me orders. Sorry about that. Okay, to my former council colleagues, I served on the council, as you know, for a long time. I served on the PCC when development on Birch Drive was approved and followed by Castle Heights. I have lived 2 decades of Cheshire government. I was an advocate of what ultimately led to the Stonebrook Crossing development projects and further development that has followed in the North End, almost Southington, by the way. I think a lot of us were thinking that way. For the most part, I'm somewhat satisfied what's unfolded in the interchange zone. It's always been zoned, light industrial. A lazy state of Connecticut wanting to unload excess property with the caveat the town is controlling who actually buys the property is a one-dimensional plan. 3 dimensions are another story. If I were on the council today, I may have accepted the RFP over the other one that was submitted, but I would never support it. A Castle Heights resident at the last public hearing really clarified some of this for me. He mentioned his career and his understanding of China and their industrial policies. He mentioned the on-site housing proposed for workers. I also learned of the 24/7 operation of refrigeration trucks. The public says no, I say no. This is a no-brainer, not a one that gets you reelected on a yes vote. That's not a justification for a no vote because the zoning doesn't really change there. But not all warehouses are the same. Remember that. You have a couple more years, and the state's going to stay lazy. I know Liz is going to make them work a little harder, and I appreciate that. But they're lazy. And avail yourselves of this easy choice. I think I have a concluding 2 sentences, but it won't last much longer. And to my friends and neighbors at Castle Heights, you moved into a beautiful home near a noisy highway. That was there, adjacent to an industrial type zone. It's just a fact. There's some things you can't do, but this is by no means to let your town leaders come up with a better plan. That's my remarks, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Slocum.
It takes a minute to recognize we're here, we're here, we're here.
You're in.
Thank you, thank you.
There is, yep, there is
I
a
don't know what that
strip
is.
down
Let's
there,
see.
yeah.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I'm Lisa Schamberg, 83 Boxwood Row. On the evening of August 12th, after listening to Three Squared's presentation, my friend and neighbor, Bob Irving, asked the council, how did we get here? That question resonated with me, so I searched for an answer. On the town website, I found the request for proposal, and that seemed like a good place to start. What exactly did the town of Cheshire request for this 58-acre parcel? It's a lengthy document, 715 pages. Have you read it? It's a lot of pages, but in the first 10 pages, I found multiple reasons that this proposal never should have been considered. Within the current zoning for property section, page 9, light technology and light manufacturing, I quote, "There shall be no external indication of the inside processes by way of noise, smoke, odor, vibration, or waste. Menace by reason of fire, explosion, radiation, or other physical hazards, harmful discharge of waste materials, or unusual traffic hazards or congestion due to the type or amount of vehicles required. All risks of a cold storage warehouse." So how did we get here? On page 10, storage, warehouse uses, and distribution centers are prohibited. Truck terminals are prohibited. So how did we get here? In the section titled residential on page 10, in the R40 interchange zone, single-family residential housing shall be allowed. Birch Drive may not be used for access to development in the IC zone other than for single-family residential. Does this explain the workforce housing included in the Three Squareds proposal? Will residences on this parcel grant access from Birch Drive for the hundreds of tractor-trailer trucks that will be coming and going? On page 11, the 2016 POCD identifies the area as the interchange focus area and refers to this parcel as the front door to Cheshire. It also states that the proposal should be responsible, sustainable, and fit the scale of the area without causing an adverse impact. Ladies and gentlemen, how did we get here? Within the first few pages of the RFP, I found these guidelines that prohibit the consideration of a project of this kind. Mr. Talbot, you stated during your campaign for this commission that you always put Cheshire's best interests and the wishes of the residents first. That's an impressive statement. I have to believe that you all care deeply for all of Cheshire, and I'm grateful for the countless hours you spend on this council working to preserve the charm, sustainability, and community that Cheshire is known for. This proposal is not appropriate for our backyards.
Time, Ms. Schamberg, and thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Dave Wilkinson. I live at 119 Victoria Drive. And remind me, Lisa, never to get in an argument with you. Castle Heights is a 55 community where 88 families work for their entire careers to own a home there. Think about that. We have spent a good portion of our lives working and sacrificing so we could reside in a community that we would enjoy during our last chapters. It is important to note that none of the council reside within a mile of Castle Heights. We would love to have you visit, and we're glad to give you a tour. We are veterans, business owners, corporate executives, doctors, police officers, teachers, lawyers, nurses, state retirees, and more. As reflected in many of our previous occupations, the spirit of giving is strong here, and from the town's perspective, we do embody the principle that it is better to give than to receive. Our taxes contributed over $1.2 million to the town. What services did the town of Cheshire give us in return? Garbage collection and public safety. What essential services are not provided by the town to Castle Heights residents? These include no Cheshire public water, no city sewers, no town fire hydrants, no street lights, no road maintenance, no snow plowing, and our children are allowed to go to a public school in Cheshire. All these services are paid privately for by the residents. Clearly, Castle Heights is a very profitable bargain for the town. Instead of a cold storage warehouse that brings air pollution, noise pollution, decreased property values, increased truck traffic, and increased costs to the town, another Castle Heights in this location would help everyone. It would enhance the existing neighborhoods and bring additional customers to the Stonebridge development and other local businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkinson.
Good evening, council members. I want to thank you for your time and your service to the Cheshire community. I am Maurice Dembski from 36 Alyssa Drive in Cheshire. Tonight, I want to speak about some of the confusion about the 3 Squared LLC response to the Cheshire request for proposal. 3 Squared requested that all financial information be kept confidential to the general public and that the proposed uses of the property be confidential until the town acts on the submission. Why should this be kept confidential if it is supposed to be beneficial to the community? Many of the comments from 3 Square regarding the design concept are questionable. Will likely require significant earthwork to generate economic value. Soils appear to be sandy, which may permit grading without significant cost premiums. 25 plus or minus acres may be available for development. And last, it may be hoped that stormwater can be infiltrated into the soil. The township should be voting on firm data and plans, not just concepts. How about the warehouse? The RFP depicts the warehouse as 50 feet high, height to be evaluated during the design process, and will be well screened from the existing homes on Birch Drive. Non-refrigerated warehouses are usually 35 to 45 feet tall. Cold storage warehouses are typically between 80 and 100 feet tall, 150 feet tall. The town council should know what the actual plan size or height is before being asked to just approve a depicted height. The last thing I wanted to touch on was the issue of residential housing. All residential housing needs to be at least 1,000 feet from the property line of a cold storage warehouse. And per the diagram provided from 3 Squared, this appears to be another potential issue. All these ambiguous details concern us very much. Thank you for your attention, and please vote no tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Dembski.
Good evening. My name is Yuri Kaplan, 87 Boxwood Row. Next, please. I stand before you today not in opposition to progress, but in defense of balance. The proposed construction project may promise economic growth, new infrastructure and development, but it also threatens something unique, our aquifers, wetlands, and vernal pool. Next, please. Aquifers are not just underground reservoirs. They are lifelines. They supply drinking water to our homes, sustain agriculture, and support ecosystems. Once contaminated or depleted, aquifers take decades, sometimes centuries to recover. Construction that interrupts recharge zones or introduce pollutants risk compromising our water security for generations. Next, please. Vernal pools, though small and seasonal, are ecological powerhouses. These temporary wetlands support rare and endangered species that rely on these pools for breeding. They are delicate and easily lost to grading and paving. Next, please. Wetlands are nature filtration systems. They absorb floodwaters, purify runoff, and provide critical habitat for countless species. Destroying wetlands isn't just an ecological loss. It is a public safety risk. We increase our weakness to flooding, erosion, and water pollution. Next, please. Wetlands are at proposed site play a crucial role. First, pollution runoff from construction and increased water-resistant surfaces can introduce sediments, nutrients, and harmful chemicals that degrade water quality and threaten wetland plants and animals. Second, climate resilience. These ecosystems store carbon and help moderate the local climate. Their conservation is vital as we face increasing climate uncertainties. Next, please. Third, and most important, flood protection. These wetlands act as natural buffers that absorb heavy rains and reduce flood risks. Removing or damaging them would risk nearby homes and roads, increasing the chance of costly floods and water damage. The project must be carefully reconsidered with these factors front and center. Alternative site planning, ecological assessment, and mitigation strategies should be strictly followed before any permanent impact occurs. I urge the Council to consider alternative locations better suited for industrial or commercial use, sites with sufficient buffering, less impact on residential life, and better infrastructure. Engaging community early and carefully, as well as exploring these alternatives, can lead to solutions that support economic growth without sacrificing the quality of life of current residents. Thank you for hearing my concern, and I ask you to vote no today.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan.
Tracy Cobb, 14 Alyssa Drive. You just heard how mismanagement of wetlands can be detrimental on so many levels. And here's a case study. In September of 2023, 10.5 inches of rain fell in Cheshire, with almost half of that total falling between September 8th and 11th. Do you remember that? Rivers overflowed their banks, many major roadways were impassable, homes and yards flooded, and area businesses lost revenue. This was unusual for sure, and this occurred with a healthy wetland environment. The potential for damage would be more devastating if the function of the floodplain was compromised through construction activities. The removal of grasslands, forests, and wetlands due to land clearing destroys habitats that provide food, shelter, and breeding grounds for countless species. Large facilities with extensive impervious surfaces, like roadways and roofs, prevent rainwater from soaking into the ground, potentially lowering the water table and shedding contaminants into the soil and water, negatively altering the habitat. In fact, you previously saw a quote from this RFP that states that stormwater runoff would infiltrate the soil and be piped to an unnamed brook. Well, that doesn't sound environmentally responsible to me. Pictured on the right is the Natural Diversity Database map produced by the DEEP. The gray markings delineate locations in which endangered and threatened species have been identified by state and federal agencies. One animal of note is the eastern box turtle, which is a protected species of concern in our state and is monitored by state biologists. Note that the 3-squared cold storage warehouse sits right on some of these areas. Environmental violations and accidents do occur, and the EPA can levy heavy fines, as in the $195,000 fine to Hartford Freezer in 2023 for ammonia leaks. But in some cases, the damage to the environment has already been done. Connecticut has an active landscape stewardship program, the purpose of which is to share a vision to balance thoughtful and reasoned economic growth with protection of our resources. They stress that neighbors and voters be a part of the discussions surrounding informed land use, but that didn't happen in this case. Well, we're part of the discussion now, and we implore you to vote no on the sale of the land for this proposal. This isn't just about protecting turtles or plants, it's about protecting ourselves. Our health, our economy, and our future depend on clean water, resilient ecosystems, and responsible development. So I ask, can we afford to ignore the long-term consequences for short-term gain? Let's explore alternatives, smarter planning, better mitigation, and genuine community input. Let's be the town that chooses sustainability. Let's be the generation that says progress is not progress if it comes at the cost of our natural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Koss.
Hi, my name is John McGoldrick, 37 Alyssa Drive in Cheshire. I want to thank you for your time and thank you for your service to our community. Thank you very much. Birch Drive and Castle Heights residents have grave concerns about excessive noise levels in our communities and the effects of the corresponding quality of life. Connecticut state law has maximum allowed decibel level of 55 decibels during the day, and at night the limit is 45 after 9 p.m. Readings taken in Castle Heights are consistently well in excess of these limits. Any in excess can jeopardize health and welfare of citizens according to state DEEP. Whole Foods refrigerated warehouse on East Johnson Avenue is located less than 2,000 feet from Castle Heights and Birch Drive on the other side of a very noisy I-691. The noise from Whole Foods distribution as well as I-691 can be heard throughout Castle Heights both day and night, inside and outside the houses. The 3 squared proposal would have these noise-causing facilities as close as 300 to 700 feet from Birch Drive homes and fairly close to Castle Heights. We would then be sandwiched between all of these significant noise sources. We did another noise study at the entrance to the Castle Heights walking trail, which is at the intersection of Birch and Alyssa on the evening of August 28th. This is right next to my house, so I'm very familiar with it. As you can see on the slide, between I-691 and the Whole Foods distribution facility, the nighttime decibel levels greatly exceeded the maximum of 45. With the 3 squared project, this will only get much worse, with Castle Heights and Birch Drive again being sandwiched between these noise sources. To understand the noise level at the cold storage facility, we took readings that same evening at the Whole Foods distribution on East Johnson Avenue. As you can see, the readings greatly exceed the maximum allowed, and it's reasonable to conclude that similar levels would occur at the 3 squared facility if it were allowed to be built. The addition of the 3 squared proposal will greatly increase the noise level and jeopardize the health and well-being of our neighborhood. Please vote no tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGoldrick.
Hi, my name is Ron Naiman. I live at 110 Victoria Drive in Cheshire. And to go on what Jack said, the existing noise level from I-691 and Whole Foods is well above the established limits. The last thing we need is additional noise from another CSW operation that's even closer to us than Whole Foods. I want to be able to open my windows at night. Deciduous trees do not make an effective buffer. We already saw the resale price of one house on Birch Drive go down with no buyers in sight. Noise levels of the kind emanating from CSWs is not only harmful to people, it also adversely affects the animals and endangered species that rely on their habitats. I question, has DEEP put their blessing on this proposal? Diesel engines are a major source of air pollutions that can affect our health and contribute to ground level smog. Noise and air pollutants together is a toxic cocktail of cardiovascular problems. The wind generally blows from west to east. I have asthma. This is sending noise, air pollutants, and fine particles right over our houses, which is harmful to our health. You should vote no on this proposal tonight until an independent impact study is done for traffic, noise, air quality, and groundwater. And this study should not even begin until all the apartments, houses, shops in the area are fully occupied and operational. That is what makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Naiman.
Hello, I'm Michael Sawicki. I live at 140 Victoria Drive in Cheshire, and I'm going to be speaking on how this industrial complex will significantly increase traffic congestion on Route 10 in North Cheshire. Slide. Let's look at a small section of Route 10 from Route 322 down to just below where Viron Rondo is. That's 1.1 miles. Here we have 7 traffic lights to create more stop and go for slow-moving tractor trailers, Sections of that road are one lane straight ahead, just one lane straight ahead to create more congestion. We already have a lot of tractor trailers coming from Bizzuto's, Whole Foods, and Kurt's Farms. And of course, we have all the new developments in and around the Stonebridge Crossing complex, most of which haven't even come online yet. Now, the developer says that this complex will service all of New England. That means more trucks will be coming from I-691 and Route 322, where they're going to have to refuel at the Studington truck stop, and that will further clog up Route 10. Slide, please. Okay. This slide shows some information about the existing trucking companies and the proposed complex. I haven't yet received complete information that I requested from Bizzuto's or Whole Foods. Next slide. Okay, look what's coming. Okay, starting on the upper left, we've got River Point, 300 apartments, not fully occupied yet. Their only entry and exit is onto Route 10. The Reserve at Stonebridge, 140 townhouses, not completed yet. We've got 71 apartments just across from Viron, still under construction. A little bit lower down is the Vessel. It's a little bit further down the road, but it's such an interesting looking building, 5 stories, and there's 70 apartments there, and that's still under construction. So, and then on the upper right, we have Stonebridge Mall and a proposed hotel which is under construction. How many cars are going to be going there? Hopefully a lot, so it's a successful mall, but that's going to add a lot of vehicles onto Route 10. So in summary, we've got 660 apartments and townhouses in this area. At 1.5 cars per residence, that's almost 1,000 cars. That doesn't include the shopping mall. And I did include the 80 apartments for the industrial complex. That's an interesting concept to have apartments for the workers on site. I guess the developer doesn't want their employees to be late for work because they got stuck in traffic.
Thank you, Mr. Sawicki.
Good evening. My name is Jim Levine. I live at 34 Alyssa Drive in Cheshire.
I'm sorry, would you state your name again, please? I'm sorry.
Jim Levine, 34 Alyssa Drive in Cheshire. I will make a few more comments about what we think is inevitably a terrible traffic situation if this proposed cold storage warehouse is built. As you can see from this photo of the single entry-exit area of the proposed facility, there will be a direct impact to the yet-to-be-completed Stonebridge complex. This entry-exit point will greatly increase the congestion at this light and impact the traffic flow, not only on Route 10 and the end of Highland Avenue, but also in and out of the shopping area. Constant congestion in this area will undoubtedly force those who currently travel this route daily to look for ways around it, causing more traffic onto adjacent residential roads. It will also make shoppers think twice about shopping in this area, since they can avoid the hassle and shop at other parts of Cheshire and Southbury, affecting the viability of the Stonebridge shops. One example could be Chipotle. How would you like to be sitting in their new outdoor eating area, trying to have a nice meal, and all you can see, hear, and breathe is the traffic, noise, and fumes from the diesel trucks going in and out of this entrance just feet away? Kittleson and Associates is a major national civil engineering firm which deals with traffic planning. This comment from their website makes it clear that danger happens when model outputs are taken at face value. The advice we should heed here is not to take old models and use them as current, when tremendous changes have been made to an area which will definitely require more current data. We need a new independent traffic study that updates the existing old study that will accurately factor in the many current and still to come changes of this already compressed traffic area. An accurate study can only be done when all of these facilities under construction are up and running. At that time, a more informed assessment can be made about the real amount of congestion, the potential obstruction of emergency vehicles, and the many health and environmental issues that have been raised here tonight. In summary, as has been stated by many here tonight, this proposed industrial facility being put in an existing residential commercial area will create significant congestion and significant health and safety issues to the residents of this area. We believe any concern that time is running out to make a decision on this use of property is just a scare tactic to get
Time,
you
sir.
to take a fast track, as already well stated by our representative. Thank you, and please vote no.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, honorable town council members and fellow residents. My name is Denise Foley. I live at 141 Victoria Drive. I've been a registered nurse for 40 years, and I recently retired from the Connecticut Department of Public Health. Tonight, I will be addressing health and safety concerns, specifically emergency response times, pollution, and crime. If this project were to move forward, the added traffic will slow emergency response times. This raises very serious concerns. In a crisis, even a few minutes delay can cost lives. There's no disputing the fact that traffic congestion negatively impacts the timely response of fire, police, and ambulance crews. The north end of Cheshire is already underserved. Additionally, the town will need to build a new firehouse in the north end. The issue of a shortage of volunteer firefighters must be addressed. How will the town strengthen firefighter recruitment and retention? Will the town have to supplement the fire department with additional staffing? Will the Cheshire Fire Department have to partner with Southington and/or Meriden? Pollution. Decades of research from the EPA, the CDC, and the World Health Organizations confirm the dangers of increased noise, air, diesel, and light pollution. Diesel exhaust is a known carcinogen that worsens asthma, COPD, increases the risk of heart disease and high blood pressure. Studies also show chronic exposure to noise, air, and light pollution contribute to sleep disorders, mental health decline, and even accelerates dementia. These are not abstract concerns. They are documented public health threats that will only worsen if this project is approved. Crime. Many residents who live in close proximity to this proposed project are walkers. Children are often riding bikes and playing outside. Placing an unsupervised parking lot and walking trail here raises real concerns. Experience shows that isolated lots and trails can attract alcohol use, illegal drug activity, predators, while also increasing the risk of theft in nearby neighborhoods. We value being able to walk safely and let children play without fear, and we should not put that safety at risk. In closing, increased traffic will slow emergency response times and put the north end at risk, highlighting the need for a new firehouse and a solution to the volunteer firefighter shortage. Pollution threatens our health. Residents will face safety threats and crime risk. I
Fine, Ms.
urge you
Foley.
to protect the health and safety of residents by voting no tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Foley.
Good evening. My name is Ray Coulombe. I live at 58 Mackenzie Willow Terrace in Cheshire. I run two technology businesses in the field of security and life safety, which I could talk about tonight, but I'm here to talk about financial. So the proponents of this argue that the project will deliver significant financial benefit to the town of Cheshire. Well, let's unpack that. First of all, are there abatements? Pending, promised, implied, we don't know. That could go up to 50% for a limited period of time. You've heard about the potential devaluation, and we have commentary from realtors that speak to between 10 and 20%. If you look at the combined tax revenue from Birch Drive and Castle Heights alone, 2.2 million, 10% is $250,000, 20% is nearly $500,000. And how about the properties west of Route 10? Probably twice as much, which means that potential loss of revenue could approach $1.5 million. But even at a fraction of that, it's less revenue than what's being projected. So we don't want to look at the top line here. We want to look at the bottom line. In addition to that, the time that it takes to fully realize whatever net revenue there is going to be 5 years until we get to 2030. Now let's look at the cost side. Denise just spoke about the need for a new firehouse. Well, that's almost certainly going to be the case because we have an enhanced industrial risk, industrial hazards, you've got chemical hazards. Whatever gets put in there is going to have to deal with that magnified risk. A firehouse on the order of $5 million, correct? New fire trucks, ranging costs from $1.1 to $2.1 million, plus all the equipment that goes along with it. A past study indicated that for every dollar of additional tax revenue, you incurred 27 cents worth of cost. Apply that to this. There's another $300,000. So on balance, you've got revenue that's diminished, you've got cost factors in terms of fixed cost, variable cost, and you're hearing all about the human cost. Noise, pollution, lost sleep, lost productivity, and so on. So it's not only not a good deal for Cheshire financially, it's just not a good deal for Cheshire holistically. So I urge you to vote no on this proposal tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Coulon.
My name is Bob Irving. I live at 165 Victoria Drive. In March of this year, the Town Council adopted the Town Manager's goals and objectives for 2025. The number one goal stated, support strategic and targeted efforts to grow the town's grand list to lessen the tax burden on residents and current businesses, while maintaining the town's quality of life, historical connections, identity, and sense of place. By now, I hope it has become abundantly clear that this proposal does not maintain quality of life for the more than 400 people that live in the Birch Drive and Castle Heights neighborhoods. When I think of Cheshire in terms of identity and sense of place, I think of Blackie's Hot Dogs, the Notch Store, Heinz Hardware, Cheshire Academy. I don't think of another cold storage warehouse. Town officials have said this 58 acres of land was intended for industrial development since 1954. 1954 was 71 years ago. In 1954, the town had 6,300 people living on 33.1 square miles. Few people lived in the north end of town. It was mostly farmland and forests. When I was a child growing up in Cheshire in the early 60s, I thought the town ended at the bowling alley. Today, 29,606 people live in Cheshire, nearly a five-fold increase in population, all living on those same 33.1 square miles. Drive down Route 10 in the north end of town today, you will see residential and commercial development everywhere. Much of this part of town is no longer appropriate for industrial development, especially a 119,000 square foot cold storage warehouse. Please vote no to this proposal. Explore other options. Ask the state for an extension. Consider the possibility of saving this forest as open space through the state's open space and watershed land acquisition program. In July of this year, when the state awarded $14.3 million to 22 communities to purchase open space, Governor Lamont said, "Open space makes Connecticut a great place to live, work, and play." That statement should apply to our town as well. The developer of this proposal has said he would build this in his Cheshire neighborhood if he had the space. Does anyone really believe that? In fact, I don't believe this proposal would be considered in any other neighborhood in our town. We may live on the outskirts of Cheshire, but we are Cheshire citizens just like you. We do not deserve this. I ask you to look out at the faces in this crowd, vote no tonight, and preserve the quality of life in our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Irving.
So I'm going to shut it down now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Talbot,
you.
for allowing us to do that.
Thank you for putting it together.
Next speaker, please.
It'll should go.
Hold on. We got you. There we go.
All good, I think.
Can you hear me? Can you
Yes.
hear me? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank the town council for their time and effort in this matter, which I deem to be of utmost importance.
Could you, I'm sorry, sir, could you state your name and address for
Yes,
the
I
record?
was, but I was.
I'm sorry.
I was thanking you for your efforts.
Thank you for your thank you.
Okay, which is more important than my name. My name is William A. DeGrazia, and I've lived at 169 Victoria Drive in Cheshire for close to 14 years. When I woke up the morning of August 29th, 2025, to walk my dog Rosie at 6 a.m., I was overpowered by a foul smell coming from the adjacent area of I-691 and East Johnson Street. An hour later, as I left my house to do errands, I was slowed by leaving my neighborhood by heavy equipment left on Honey Drive by a private paving company whose idea was to put cones around their heavy equipment and not allow access to cars and other things. No fire truck would have been able to go through those streets in case of an emergency overnight. Police and first responders would not have been able to navigate the streets without experiencing delays. And I have experienced firsthand delays on Birch Drive and in the area in the middle of the night when first responders came to my house. Also, numerous water trucks are filling their trucks during the summer months on Birch Drive, blocking access to the roads and neighborhoods. Also, the commuter lot, which is adjacent to Birch Drive, full of heavy equipment, the workers leaving their cars on the street to block traffic. This is not a negative ending, though. As I returned home from my errands, I went up Birch Drive, and I was pleasantly greeted by the parents of Birch Drive waiting for their children to get on the school bus. They appreciated the fact that I drove slowly through a neighborhood residential area, and that made my morning brighter. As a proponent of this industrial development project stated, it has been zoned industrial since 1954. It is not 1954 anymore. We need to leave a green footprint for our neighborhood. We are the front door of Cheshire, not the back door. Okay? Our surrounding neighborhoods are contributing to the fabric of this community. I beseech this board, I implore this board to use this living parcel of land to preserve the quality of life for all the people who live there, and to produce an alternative plan in cooperation with all stakeholders in preventing destruction of this magnificent area
Time, Mr.
we call our
DeGrazio.
neighborhood. Vote no tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Good evening. My name is Michael Gadawala. I'm a resident at Castle Heights, 1 Alyssa Drive, and I'm also very concerned as a professional. I'm sure you might recognize me from Preferred Properties, landscape, masonry. I have over 35 years in design build, and we had a garden center right on Route 10. And I'm concerned about the beginnings and the aftermath of what this project can do. So I don't know if any of you have walked the site, but there are turtles, there are inhabitants of that area that need to thrive on both the woodlands and the wetlands. So what happens from our profession is, because we go in at the end of the deal, in the beginning of the deal, they actually will go in, they have to put utilities in, so that means they're disrupting the ground soil below the surface. All the root structure of all the flora and fauna is impacted, and then also the runoff. So when you go through there and you look at the wildlife, just to give you a cycle of what the disruption would be, there's buildings and square footage that you've talked about, but there's also square footage of hundreds of thousands of square feet of parking lot. And in that parking lot has to be curb cuts. So the curb will actually capture runoff, drain water, and it's going to go and it's going to want to go downhill. So the first thing that happens, I don't know if there's a conservative specialist in the field, but all the runoff, all the sand, the salt, the pollution on the ground, the motor oils are heading all this way to the Turtle Villa. So I'm very, very concerned that we don't know enough about the cycle. A mature turtle actually seeks for reproduction at 10 years. So if we're putting curb cuts in, and these endangered species, both the wood turtle and the box turtle, are under special concern, the only way, if we don't know anything about them, is to leave the area alone. And I thank you for listening here tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Gadawala.
Good evening, Council. My name is Lori Barnes. I live at 532 East Johnson Avenue. I wish we had more input and information in the beginning of this project. So I feel like at this point we're being reactive instead of proactive. Mr. Jinks, I understand that you're part of the you were part of the steering committee for this, that brought this to the town council. So it might tell me where you stand. I'm in your district. I think there's a lot of people here. I've never seen so many people come to the town hall to a meeting for this. I think if we had maybe had a coffee talk before all this came out, we would have saved a lot of time, but I mean, here we are, so this is where we're left. I live next to Whole Foods Warehouse. I'm Whole Foods Warehouse. I don't think anybody has that experience. I'm their neighbor. I've been Whole Foods neighbor for 20 years, and it's not easy. Anybody could have come and asked me a question about it, but just the other day, I think it was like 3 days ago, I was bringing my dog outside, and there was a man sitting on my front lawn, and he was just sitting there Indian style. And I thought maybe he's hurt, and I said, "Are you okay?" And he said, "I'm taking a break, mind your business." Oh, okay. The trucking is supposed to take a right to go toward Route 10. That never happens. They get off in Meriden, they come down the hill. The employees, it's NASCAR, especially since the bridge was redone. They run through the neighborhoods. I mow my lawn. No shade on my husband. I like mowing the lawn. I have to go out there. I have a 60-inch Gravely. I have to spend half an hour every time I mow cleaning my front yard from the trucker bombs. You look it up if you don't know what it is. It's really gross. And all the garbage, the lunch from the warehouse, everything. I have to spend half an hour. I have special gloves. They're in a special place, and that's what I get to do. Not to mention, I had a teenage daughter for many of those years, and the employees are just walking back and forth. That girl had no outside life. And I have an acre of land. That was my grandparents' farmland that I stayed on. I'm a lifelong resident there. So I'm not comfortable with being their neighbor, but I have to because I've been there and they moved in after me. I've worked with them. I call the facility there, and when there's been grave things that have happened. I know one time my husband was working third shift. He works for the state, and it was like 2 in the morning, and a trucker knocked on my door at 2 o'clock in the morning. I didn't open my door.
Time, Ms. Barnes.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, no.
Can you see me?
Just tilt the mic down. There you go.
I'm Merrill Sanders. I'm at 134 Victoria Drive.
I'm sorry, I missed the name. Would you state it
Merrill
again?
Sanders.
Thank you.
You've heard all the legal, environmental, zoning, medical, police, fire, and traffic concerns, as well as numerous other arguments against this project presented by my neighbors and other concerned citizens of Cheshire. I stand before you today as your grandmother, your mother, your sister, your daughter, and anyone else you care about, including your pets. Can you look me in the eye and tell me this project is good for me because the buildings are pretty, and I will be happy knowing that this cold storage unit feeds my area and many others in New England? The rhetoric is nothing more than Would you advise your grandmother, your mother, your sister, your daughter, or better yet, would you purchase a home abutting this project? Would you want to raise a family with this as your neighbor? Would you want your parents or grandparents to live with the noise, traffic, health issues, etc. this project will bring? As your constituent, a voting member of this town, I ask each one of you to genuinely look into your heart and souls and ask if this project is right for this parcel of land. I think you know the answer. Just as a side note, last week my neighbor's carbon monoxide detector went off. The first thing the firemen said after they found the source of the leak was, "Sorry it took us so long to get here." That is without anything else in the area around. So this is just the beginning of the traffic issue in the event of an emergency. I implore you to say no to this project. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders.
Hello, Werner Modarski, 121 Victoria Drive, Cheshire. I would like to ask a question. What do you think a food storage facility would say about their noise level? Well, fortunately, the Meriden Record has records. 2016, 2017, an editorial and also an article, Nightmare on Payton's Court. People were trying to build over 100 homes next to the existing food storage facility. They were going to be about 600 feet away from the homes compared to 300 to 700 feet and 1,000 feet that was referenced as minimum. And Thurston spoke against it. And why did they speak against it? Thurston spoke about being upfront at the outset about the nature of the noise in conducting their business, and also the fact that the 70 decibels is an excess and a violation of the noise limits. But it said it was pre-existing development, and it advised against the homes being built. Now, in this case here, the homes are pre-existing, and these people want to plop this factory in the middle of the residential area. Thurston reminded the town that it made noise, and a lot of it. We are loud and getting louder. We do not want to be in a position where at some time in the future, the new residents find out that they don't like the noise that's coming from the Thurston property, and then they expect Thurston to do something about it. There's a lot more documentation about all this, but it just shows that this type of facility does not belong next to a residential area. It's fine in an industrial facility, but not in this particular area. Also, I want to elaborate. I heard 24/7. I had 24/7 in my notes here. Now, I see 24/7 as trucks loading, unloading, waiting to load, waiting to unload, and all those trucks that get loaded in the middle of the night that can't deliver, they're sitting there waiting to go. And I think we've all seen trailer trucks, everyone has elaborated on that, parked all over the highway, everywhere. Well, this facility, because they would have their own area, they could park as many trucks as they wanted there. Thurston had about 50 or 60 trucks. They have 25 spaces and an equal number of spaces opposite.
Time, Mr.
And
Brodowski.
therefore, their facility is comparable. And I would also point out that if you take a look at Stonebridge, and I remember the hills that were there, they're all gone. Everything is flat.
Time,
And
Mr.
if you take a look
Brodowski.
at the, oh, is it 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, I've got some new stuff for you guys. Hunter Pronovo, Birch Drive. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Everybody on the council, thank you for your patience and your service. All right, we're going to go on a little bit geography tour. Just a couple minutes I'm going to take. TI Cold is the builder of this facility. They are making a lot of money. They are building these things everywhere, and they're all too proud of it. On their website, they proudly tout all of their locations. So it's pretty easy to find out what's the typical distance from one of these things from a neighborhood. And so I checked it out. Sierra Cold in Ontario, California, 1,200 feet. Mattingly Cold Storage in Zanesville, Ohio, 900 feet. Classic Warehousing in Greenville, Ohio, 2,000 feet. Let's get a little bit closer. Core X Complete Storage in Sturbridge, Massachusetts, 1,200 feet with the Mass Pike in between. Commerce, Georgia, Banks Cold Storage, 1,400 feet. Cheshire, Connecticut, 450 feet from my backyard. Now, there is one place in Macon, Georgia, where there is residential houses directly across the street from the cold storage place. So I thought, that's interesting. Let's do some digging. House was recently listed for sale there, $189,000. Thank you. Please vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Pronovo.
Good evening. I'm Elaine Wilkinson, 119 Victoria Drive. Some facts are widely accepted. Seatbelts save lives, children need to go to school, cigarettes are unhealthy, and cold storage warehouses do not belong next to established neighborhoods. The reasons for opposing this warehouse are many and compelling. It is both puzzling and disheartening that this proposal is even being considered. Why introduce a cold storage facility next to a long-standing neighborhood and across the street from a new shopping center and upscale housing? When Cheshire approved residential development in the North End, it entered into an implied contract with the residents. Homeowners pledged to be responsible citizens, paying taxes, engaging in community life, supporting local charities, and voting. In return, the town assumed the duty to protect the health and safety and well-being of these residents. This primary obligation of local government cannot be ignored. A more appropriate use of the land would be development similar to Castle Heights. A 55-plus community would enhance the neighborhood, the Stonebridge residences, and the shopping center rather than detract from them. It would also provide equivalent tax revenue without the significant and lasting costs to the town. Among these, perhaps the greatest cost is the erosion of trust and support from the Cheshire residents. I have distributed flyers throughout Cheshire in recent weeks, and I have heard an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction with what is happening in our town. Residents are frustrated with the overdevelopment, the increasing traffic, and with this specific proposal. Many believe it is not suitable for Cheshire, and it would further intensify the chaos at the I-691 interchange. In fact, many residents already avoid the area due to the dangerous and confusing conditions. This new project would only worsen the situation and further discourage people from shopping at Stonebridge. People in the North End are not asking for elaborate amenities, costly recreational facilities, or grand public spaces. Our request is simple. We want to enjoy our backyards, breathe clean air free from carcinogenic diesel exhaust, and sleep peacefully at night, undisturbed by the persistent noise of industrial machinery and idling refrigerator trucks. Please, protect the citizens of the North End and all Cheshire residents. Vote no on this proposal tonight.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening. I am Dr. Henry Schneiderman, a physician and full professor of internal medicine and geriatrics at UConn and Quinnipiac. I live at 100 Victoria Drive in Cheshire. I oppose this development on grounds that draw on my 49 years as a physician, who also has a third board certification in pathology. I have written 3 published medical textbooks and hundreds of scientific articles. I still study daily to keep abreast of advances in medicine, including environmental hazards. Notwithstanding the less than credible assurances of the consultant to which my neighbors have referred previously, traffic on Highland Avenue is already terrible. When Stonebridge is in full operation, it will be far worse. If the parcel is developed as proposed, traffic will deteriorate from severely inconvenient to life-threatening. I refer to the difficulty alluded to by my neighbors of having ambulances, police vehicles, and most especially fire trucks negotiate the narrow passages and inadequate width lanes on the northernmost mile of Route 10 in Cheshire and the southernmost half mile of the same road in Southington on both sides of Route 322. The Milldale Firehouse in Southington lies nearest North Cheshire, and its access time will be as sharply impaired as that from the Maple Avenue station. One does not need a vivid imagination to envision gridlock that delays arrival of first responders until a heart attack has killed someone who would otherwise have been saved, or until a home needlessly burns to the ground with occupant deaths of humans and pets. In neurology, the term time is brain conveys the extreme urgency of getting persons who are having a stroke to a center possessing interventions to clear the blocked artery. Every extra minute kills additional brain cells, with devastating effects on function, quality of life, and survival. Compound the above delays with giant reefer trucks coming in and out of the single access to the Route 10 site. Mix in the heavy use of I-691 on and off ramps, exacerbating the mess of lane shift, lane changing that is a hazard there already, and you have a perfect storm for chaos, car wrecks, and road rage. Now add in the angry, tired, aggressive drivers we already see daily who don't yield properly and lack ordinary civic decency. Result, accidents and motor vehicle deaths are not just probable, they will occur. I speak from professional knowledge, not speculation. Many other facets of this project concern me deeply, but they've been delineated by neighbors and I won't reiterate them. The certainty that this project will lead to avoidable human deaths informs my plea that you vote down this proposal once and for all tonight, and in future solicit a plan that is not so lethal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Schneiderman.
My name is Joanne Smartin. I live at 33 Alyssa Drive. I had a prepared statement. Henry has basically said exactly what I was going to say. Thank goodness he had the intuition to speak. But I do hope that you will vote this down. Vote no. This is dangerous. You know, heaven forbid that somebody is down who is dying, and we can't get an ambulance. We can't get a fire truck. Please, protect us. Vote no.
Thank you for your comments.
Dylan Pronovo, I own Cheshire Cycle. I've owned it for 20 years. Been a fun business. I love bikes. I love doing it. It's nice to see all these people here. I'm hungry. Is everyone hungry? Yeah. Let's go to Popeyes. No, really, we had a Popeyes like 15 minutes away. Who's been there? Why not? Too many trucks? Yeah. You got a Chipotle going up north. You're going to avoid it from the trucks. We're going to avoid the project we're just building because of the trucks we're going to bring in. It doesn't make any sense. Let this town breathe out. There's a lot going on right now. And I think people are a little upset with the traffic. They're very upset with the trucks. They're very upset with the noise. The town has to breathe out a little bit. We don't even know what kind of trucks this new project by 691 are going to bring. We know what kind of trucks Whole Foods brought to East Johnston. My mom lives on that street. Crazy noise, trucks plucking wires off of poles, burning buildings down. That happened. I mean, too many trucks. And you avoid a fine establishment like Popeyes because of trucks. And now we got a Chipotle going in. We got nice places going in, and these people are going to avoid them because of trucks. I mean, it's a marked decision people are making because they don't want to deal with trucks. Just think about that, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Pronovo.
So I crossed off a lot because many people have already spoken about it. I'm Fred Schamberg from 83 Boxwood Row, Cheshire. My wife Lisa started the presentation off with, how did we get here? And for everybody in Castle Heights, they already know this, but I want this to be on record with the town, that I definitely married up. So thank you. I'm just going to, two paragraphs, I think. So Chairman Talbot and the members of Town Council, thank you for allowing us to share the PowerPoint tonight. There were over 40 people that worked on that tirelessly. I'm tired. And now recognize we've become a force, right? We will not stand back. We want you to create a win-win-win solution, a win for the residents, a win for Cheshire, and a win for the state of Connecticut. Please follow last night's Planning and Zoning overwhelming no vote of 7 to 2 margin, who voiced concerns, many concerns over overdevelopment and lack of open space. So I appeal to you, the council, your moral compass, and ask you to please vote no tonight so we can create a win-win solution that will complement and coexist with those who border the 58 acres. And thank you, Lisa, for marrying me.
Thank you, Mr. Schamberg.
Good evening. My name is Richard O'Gurk. My wife Ginny and I have lived at 20 Alyssa Drive, Cheshire for 17 years. Previously, we lived on Wolf Hill Road for 31 years, from 1977 to 2008. So we've been residents of Cheshire for a total of 48 years. During that time, we've seen significant changes in the town's demographics. For example, in 1977, the population was 20,000. Today, it's over 29,000, an increase of 45%. This population growth has resulted in many challenges, some of which have been discussed tonight. My primary concern with 3 Squared's proposal is increased noise. The proposed warehouse will operate 24/7, generating persistent industrial noise from beeping yard and fork trucks, safety alarms, constant drone of diesel motors from reefer trucks and the refrigeration units, general warehouse operations, including refrigeration compressors and HVAC systems. My house is 1,000 feet from I-691 and 2,000 feet from Whole Foods on East Johnson Avenue. After we moved here in 2008, it became apparent that the highway noise was significant. I didn't realize it at the time. But after the highway noise subsides at night, the beeping from the yard trucks at Whole Foods continues all night long. There's one there. The beeping from yard trucks at Whole Foods continues all night long, and it's even more noticeable and annoying. The section of I-691 to the south of my house was constructed in 1985, and Whole Foods opened in 2005. Both of these noise emitters were there before I moved in, so I can't do anything about them. Now, faced with the 3 Squared proposal, I'm here first, and I want to object. If this project is approved, it will be 2,000 feet from my house, the same as Whole Foods. Anyone who lives within 2,000 feet of the proposed site will experience beeper noise in stereo. From Whole Foods to the south, and the cold storage unit to the north. There's been long-standing lack of recognition that North Cheshire is an important and economically viable part of the town at its front door, so to speak. Collectively, we contribute substantial tax revenue to the town of Cheshire. In fact, North Cheshire is now one of the most vibrant commercial and residential areas in Cheshire. In addition to the new Stonebridge Crossing retail shops, there are over 500 homes in the Birch Drive, Castle Heights, and new residential developments in the reserve at Stonebridge Crossing, the property on Stonebridge Court, River Crest in Southington, and other developments along Route 10 like the one across from Byron Rondo. In making its decision, the Town Council must weigh current residential density, quality of life that all Cheshire residents deserve and pay for, town-wide impacts such as traffic, congestion, safety, environmental stewardship. Zoning decisions made years ago may no longer reflect today's reality. Tonight, you've heard a number of compelling arguments against the approval of a cold storage warehouse at the 58-acre site in the north end. I'm convinced that the proposed development will adversely affect my neighbors, and I urge the council to vote no tonight on the sale of the property.
Thank you.
My name is Martha Ryzak. I live at 2 Brookfield Court, and if any of you know the Cheshire map, that's 1 mile that way. And I'm standing here tonight, I wasn't going to speak, because nobody from any other part of town has stood up. So I want you to know that other parts of town don't want this to happen either. It's not just the north end. And if I didn't have neighbors with tiny little children, they'd have been here too, but they couldn't. And I know I can't speak for other people, but you just need to know this is a universal theme throughout the town. Vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Isaac.
Good evening, Town Councils and my neighbors. I'm Aslam Khan from Birch Drive. I moved to Cheshire 2 years ago because I had a lot of friends there, and they told me all good things about it. Had I known this, it would have been a different story. But the good side of this, because of these projects, I have a lot more new friends. I know that. So I bought that property. When I bought this house 2 years ago, people asked me when I'm going to move, because I move every 2, 3, 4 years. I said, this is my last house. I'm only going up. No side movements. So I'm not planning to move, guys. So say no. We either also talk about the noise of, everybody has talked about a lot of things. I wanted to talk about financial, but one of my neighbors already talked about it. My question was, has council looked at the financial analysis of this project? If they have, can you share with us? If not, then I think we should. The other thing is, last time I was here, I talked about Chinese model. Let me share one more story. I worked for train company for 18 years, HVAC company. We put one condensing unit in New York on the top of the building. They called our technician. When technician went over there, there was a bullet holes in that condenser unit because it was so noisy. So even if you put these condensing unit inside a soundproof room, you still have to exhaust the heat. Somehow, to exhaust the heat, you still need the mechanical way to remove it, and that's gonna cause noise. Okay. So I'm requesting, please say no. I don't wanna move sideways, I wanna go only up. And also, Liz, let's take her proposal. She spoke today in front of all of us, and we're gonna hold her accountable if you guys say no to that and say yes to her. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Khan.
Good evening, all friends and neighbors. My name is Rennie Verbeek, and I live at 85 Boxwood Row in Cheshire. This will be a much shorter presentation because of the great job all of our neighbors have done in giving you all the reasons, all valid, as to why we should not support this proposal. I'm going to speak a bit about the human aspect and the process that we use in Cheshire, that you use to get us to a positive finish line on proposals such as this. For me, what began as an experience to identify the many reasons why this proposal should not be approved has morphed into a compelling example of democracy at work at its finest here in our little community microcosm of Cheshire, Connecticut. Admittedly, at the onset, my knowledge of how our town system of government operates was woefully inadequate. But after working tirelessly as neighbors, presenting to each other our findings, poking and prodding through many sessions along the way, willingly sharing findings and research, we've given you our best shot. After sitting through the planning and zoning meeting last night, I came away feeling those of you who represent us, not only on the town council, but also on the many supporting committees, mostly volunteers I might add, really do want to do what's right for all of us as neighbors and elected community representatives. The probing committee questions to the town planner last night, who was totally focused on what is legally required of the committee, did not dissuade the group who ultimately voted no 7-2, which is so important because we now need a high vote from our town council if you're going to push this through, which we hope you are not. To quote my next door neighbor and friend Lisa Schamberg, how did we get here? We got here the same way our national people's elected representatives should emulate. Ask, listen, follow through, make tough choices that protect our way of life. Search for alternatives, which may not be obvious now, but with impartial zeal and thorough research will ultimately become feasible. At the end of the day, look at your children, your grandchildren, and each other in the eye and be able to say, I did my best. Thank you for your service, and thank you for your commitment to our community's present and future by voting no.
Thank you, Mr. Verbeek.
Jim Sima, 180 Birch Drive. I need to thank all these people. They did a tremendous amount of work, and I just came up here. I'm up here to clarify a few things that came out in the planning and zoning meeting last night in regards that this was an industrial zone from 1950, whatever. It was changed after Eric Heddy came in here to try to put a mall up there. They got rid of a lot of the parts of there, and it wasn't until 2007 that the industrial piece went back into place. I don't know if everyone remembers that, but that was the transaction. Mr. Strollo last night summed it up really well. He said, there's a lot of development happening right now. Why don't we just sit back a little bit, find out how it clears out, and if we can even have more development in this town. It's getting harder and harder to move around. And I ask you to vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Sima.
My name is Roger Stutz. I live at 145 Victoria Drive in Cheshire. I had a nice set of comments to make. All of them have been covered. One of them was not covered, so in replying to your comment about what wasn't covered, I had the opportunity to call the Southington Fire Department and ask them about coverage of the Milldale Fire Station, number 3. Talking to the administrative response that came on the phone, they said that the Milldale Fire Department is staffed with 3 people, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. No evening, no weekends. So just to say, in terms of fire coverage for this part of Cheshire, we should be well aware that the time, as you heard from another resident, of 23 minutes to get to the Castle Heights home was an issue. Think about that in the evening and the night and on the weekends. I had one other thing I was going to give you, and I will leave it with you. It was going to be part of what I was going to talk about. It's called the Proactive Planning, General Plans, Local Ordinances, and Good Neighbor Policies to help people when they're looking at warehouse and cold storage warehouses. So if it is of any value, I'll leave it there, and you can take a look at it should it come up again.
If you could leave it with our clerk, that would be great. Thank you for your comments, and thank you for listening to me when I spoke earlier.
Well, I still have earring. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Stacy Miller from Birch Drive. Integrity is what you do when no one's looking. And we all sit here before you tonight because integrity of our town was not at the best interest of this proposal. So we're here tonight in front of you, all sacrificing our time and energy, money, to make sure that we do what's best for our town. I tonight wasn't sure if I would make it. It's open house at Cheshire High School. It's also my daughter's varsity soccer game. I just got word that my daughter had her first varsity goal, and I was not there. And her assist came from her sister. Her first varsity assist, and I was not there. But because my family started this community in the 1700s, it's important for me to be here because I have a true sense of community and what it means to take care of where you live. The Cook family might not be a name you hear often. It's because we only took what we needed, and we had integrity of this town since the 1700s. I brought with me tonight, this is an address delivered by Mr. E.R. Brown at the Brooksville Picnic, August 6th, 1910. Just to give you an idea of what used to be important. Brooksville, situated as it is under the shadow of the West Mountains, is at all seasons of the year a place of beauty. The green of spring, the mellowness of summer, the golden of fall, and even the bareness of winter add their particular charms to this vale. The brooks, trickling down from the mountainside on their way to the sea, especially Roaring Brook, whose falls may be heard from afar, have formed outlines for pictures which have been viewed by many in different parts of our country. Although these brooks have remained the same from year to year, the men who have reared within the sound of that waterfalls have gone out into the world and have filled positions of importance in this and in other lands. I'm going to leave with you tonight one last quote, and I hope that you will actually sit and really think about this, considering this came from the men that stood here way before you did. It is fitting, therefore, that amid the rush and bustle of modern life, we should occasionally turn back the dial of time and stand where our forefathers stood 200 years ago. I'm asking you to take the time tonight to stand and think about what you're leaving behind for future generations. So maybe my children would want to stay in Cheshire like all the generations of my family have before me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Last chance. Thank you all very much. And I will turn the microphones over to 3 Squared LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Dennis Senaviva. I was here last month. I represent the applicant. My office is in Meriden, Illinois. I'm a Cheshire resident. Since last month, it was clear that the town council was hearing several site plan related surmised concerns raised by the neighbors. And again, they've addressed them again tonight. They are, as I'm sure many of you who've served on the Planning and Zoning Commission before, they're typically the site plan issues, such as potential traffic impacts on their neighborhoods and this stretch of Route 10, particularly with the advent of the Stone Bridge crossing. There are the alleged possible effects of sound and noise emanating from the proposed development. which is not similar to Whole Foods. It is not a Whole Foods operation, spilling over to their residential neighborhoods. By the way, I was quiet when they were talking. And possible environmental impacts on any development of this current undeveloped 58-acre parcel of land. And those are, again, many of you understand that, I'm sure you've sat before, again, in front of the P&Z. Those are typically site plan, special permit related issues. However, in an effort to address those issues tonight, even though this is not a land use board or commission, recognizing that also recognizing that a positive vote tonight to sell the property to my client is not a vote on this proposal. It's a vote to allow the process to continue, the process that you began. Nonetheless, our team has added a gentleman named Gene Bove, who's here tonight from GZA Environmental. They're out of New Jersey. His firm is a nationally acknowledged expert in sound and acoustics. And we have asked him to review our plan, consider it against the concerns expressed by the neighbors, and provide you with information tonight. He's here to, again, provide his explanation of his scientific analysis, how the development of the site with the 25-acre natural buffer that's being proposed, as you may recall, between any site development and the houses to the east, and other noise-reducing mitigation efforts, together with the current ambient noise from 691 and any other operations in the neighborhood, that this development, based upon the very sensitive proposal created by my client, recognizing the concerns for neighbors, will not impact negatively the quality of life along Birch Drive and Castle Heights. We didn't want to offer surmise. We went out, we hired, again, one of the nationally recognized experts in sound, and we have that sound report to provide to you. Gene will express that in a few minutes, Mr. Chair. Additionally, we asked our traffic expert, who was here last month, Scott Hesketh, to prepare a bullet point memorandum, which is really, again, a P&Z document, but I'm going to offer that to your clerk for your record. And what I asked him to make clear, and what he makes clear in that memo, is that when he put together his analysis as part of the response to the RFP proposal, was that he prepared the analysis factoring in all of the approved traffic considerations that were part of the Stonebridge crossing approvals, meaning that the traffic reports provided to P&Z, provided to OSTA, all of those were incorporated into his report. He didn't take traffic as it exists today. He took traffic when preparing that report based upon what would be the traffic considerations once all those other developments were completed in accordance with their approvals. And I think most of you know, typically those reports tend to be a bit conservative, which is always beneficial to a town. His conclusion, particularly given the ability of the landlord to control truck routes, truck times at this particular development, he indicates that the proposed development will have no significant impact on the roadway system. This plan...
Ladies and gentlemen, please, you have to afford the same respect to the speakers that you were afforded when you spoke. Thank you.
This plan, and its traffic, of course, has to be reviewed and approved, should we move forward to the next step, by the Cheshire Planning and Zoning Commission, the town engineering staff, State of Connecticut Office of State Traffic Administration. This is not a simple task. It's not a simple task. My client never envisioned it as a simple task, and that's why they put together a team that has about 175 years of experience to make sure that what is presented to the town in all of its departments and commissions will be able to address the legitimate concerns raised by everyone. Now, once I'm going to ask Phil Doyle also, who made a presentation last month, to talk a little bit about the existing environmental conditions and considerations when the plan was put together. Because I think from last month, one of the things that we were analyzing as a team in response for tonight was to look at traffic, look at the sound or noise issues, certainly for our neighbors to the east, and also to look at the environmental considerations, trying to provide you a little more detail, again, to give you a little greater comfort level, recognizing that This plan is not something that was just created, on a chalkboard. This was something that was created over a period of several months using all of the expertise available to my client. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask Gene to come forward and just talk a little bit about what they analyze as far as sound.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Gene Bove. I'm a senior project manager with GZA Geoenvironmental Inc. I sit in our New Jersey office, but we have offices up and down the East Coast, including 3 or 4 in Connecticut. I have been doing this for about 10 years, and I'm a member of the Institute of Noise Control Engineering. The first thing I wanted to go through is the state of Connecticut's noise code. I know it was mentioned a few times tonight. I want to go through what it actually is. Section 22A-69-2.5 noise zone standards are 61 decibels in a residential area during the day and 51 decibels at night for a steady state noise. There is also a level for impulsive noise, which would be like a bang or like a quick instantaneous noise. That would be 80 decibels at any time. There's also some allowable above the standards for noises that might be above that, say, 61 level, but last less than, say, 3 minutes, last less than 15 minutes, you'd get 3 decibels above the standard, or last less than 7.5 minutes, you'd get 6 decibels above the standard. So if, for example, a truck moved for 5 minutes total during an hour period, you could be a 67 decibels instead of 61. That's the allowances. There's also an additional allowance by the state for high background noise areas. If the background noise is above the standard, the new standard then becomes 5 decibels above that background noise level. So as with any appropriate noise study, the first thing we did is we sent somebody out to the site. We placed a noise meter pretty much dead center of the site, and we let it run for 24 hours. Our results showed noise levels. I'll just pick a couple hours for the average noise level. At 12:30 to 1:30 in the afternoon, we were showing 50 decibels. At 6 p.m., we were showing 56.5 decibels. At 2:30 in the morning, we were showing 54.9 decibels. We left the meter unmanned, so we don't know what happened on site while we were there, but throughout the 24 hours, the sound levels varied just about 6 decibels, which is pretty average and about right with what we would expect for the area. What we did next is we modeled the sound and the noise in a software called Cadena A. It is the gold standard of noise modeling softwares. There's a few others out there, but Cadena is the one that's generally specified by jurisdictions to be used. What we did is we input different sound levels that we've collected or looked at white papers for. So we had previously collected sound data for a Peterbilt tractor trailer for forward, backwards movements, hitching, unhitching, air brakes, and different movements around a parking lot. So we input those sound levels. We also found a paper for refrigeration trucks. So we used those sound levels for the actual refrigeration units on the trucks. The cold storage developer provided us the possible proposed compressor units, the refrigeration unit sound levels from the manufacturer. I will note that they only provided sound data for the units to be operating at 100% capacity, which generally isn't the case at night or most times of the year. So what we did is we placed 3 of those refrigeration units on the roof of the proposed building, which is a worst case that we're not sure if there's going to be 1, 2, or 3 units, but 3 is the maximum that could probably be there. So we placed 3 units on the roof. And then what we did is we built the site in 3 dimensions, brought in all the topography, placed the woodlands and vegetation, and then we looked at the traffic study. The traffic study had, I believe, 8 peak trucks during the peak hour, so we assumed on a worst case scenario that all 8 of those trucks would be moving around and functioning on the site at one time. And how the software works is it looks at all the sensitive receptors we selected, which I'll get to in a moment, and it determines the worst case point that all of those things could possibly be operating at a single moment for that single receptor. So if it's got a receptor to the north, it moves all those noises to the worst spot in the parking lot. So it's not the most, it's an overly conservative analysis for the purposes of potentially developing mitigation or looking at just what the sound levels are going to be at those receptors. So we did two different things. We looked at the steady state noise, because that's the first part of the code. In the steady state noise, we had the refrigeration units on the roof running. We had the reefer truck refrigeration units running, and we had the trucks moving around the site, as those are steady state. Those are steady state sounds. The results for the building as oriented in the site plans that everybody has seen, at the closest property line on Birch Drive were 53.1 decibels during the day and 51 at night. Now, as I mentioned, that's almost identical to the background levels that we monitored. We don't have a site plan for it, but we rotated the building to face, so the parking lot was facing the highway, the main road, and those sound levels reduced by almost 20 decibels along Birch Drive. So we also did a impulsive study where we turned off the refrigeration units and the reefer trucks, because that's part of the other code, and we just had all of the trucks slamming on their brakes, hitching, unhitching, all at the same time. Those levels were 53.5, 51.4 at the nearest, during the daytime and nighttime at the nearest Birch Drive property line. So all of these levels in that neighborhood are meet or at below the noise code. Yeah, that's just about what I have. I don't have a physical copy to give you, but I will send you, I can get you the digital copy for the record. So, good. Thank you.
Good evening. Phil Doyle, land planner, landscape architect from LADA. Dennis asked me to quickly touch on the environmental. The few things. Number one, we are aware, we've walked the property and we're aware that an environmental study, the basic study, was done to identify inland wetlands on the property. And because this is a response to an RFP and not a site plan approval, we have not undertaken detailed analysis of all of the wetlands on the property, but we know they exist, and we've built them into our survey. We are at this point proposing absolutely no disturbance of any wetland watercourse. We are trying to leave those areas entirely undisturbed. And I know there has been some talk about buffers, but the site plan, you will remember, Dante, go on to one of the plans. Yeah. The back of the property that is towards the east, towards Birch Drive, all of that green area, that whole area extending right in that area, that's where there may be a vernal pool. Dante, go up to the vernal pool, please, right there. We're proposing to leave everything alone. We're going to be taking about half the property and leaving about half of the property completely undisturbed to act as a buffer. And in the discussion of the noise study, our building, the proposed larger building, is the cold storage building that seems to be generating all of the controversy. That building is actually 800 feet or so from the nearest property line. It's not 400 feet, it's 800 feet. It's a substantial distance, and there's about 25 to 28 acres of area that we are leaving as a buffer. In terms of two other environmental issues that have been mentioned, we're very well aware, because it was built into the RFP. The town made everyone aware that this is an aquifer. There are various forms of refrigeration that happens in cold storage facilities. Ammonia is one of those refrigeration systems, and because this is an aquifer area, that we cannot use that. It's something that is prohibited. So in an industrial area, you must make sure that everything that goes on a piece of property is clean. So we would be using a CO2 refrigerant as opposed to ammonia. And so people should take out of their mind the fact that this would be some kind of ammonia-based system. The other thing that was mentioned was NDDB. We deal with that in every town. The DEP has a series of maps, and my office sought the determination from NDDB on this property, and it's in the RFP. So we know that the NDD people have identified both I think the eastern box turtle and the wood turtle as potential creatures on the property. And they come up with recommendations on how you should handle that, what time of year you should start your work, how you maintain the integrity of the population, and all of those recommendations, when we get to the site plan process, we would be following. So we're trying to be sensitive to those particular concerns. And I think that pretty much covers it.
Thank you. And as I was sitting back with my client, I did hear from Rob Adams, who presented last month. He was a gentleman from TI Cold who runs and operates these facilities. And he indicates that, of course, the facilities are not operated 24/7. Refrigeration is, in many instances, turned off at the nighttime, even though Gene has indicated that it doesn't create a non-compliance with noise standards. Nonetheless, all of these factors are things that we would be bringing to the land use regulatory boards and commissions to seek their approval. I also wanted to point out that when we hired Gene's company, GZA, that they were not given the direction to try to find a way to make us sound good. They were given the direction of review the plan, tell us if there are failures in it, if there are holes in it, what do we need to make it better. And so we were pleased by the results. It wasn't, again, we didn't give them a direction. I know many times some may think that you hire an expert based upon what the results of their report will be before it's completed. You want to know. But in this instance, again, we were asked, give us the information. If it's bad information, we'll have to make certain significant changes. We were very pleased with the results. What was envisioned, again, Phil's had a lot of expertise in working in these sorts of plans and having the sort of distance, keeping that natural 25-acre buffer between the development and any of the homes on Birch Drive were all very important considerations at the time of the preparation of a response for the RFP. And I guess that's where I want to sort of summarize this, Mr. Chairman. I know that, it's an interesting a couple of months for my client and I'm sure for the council. I respect all the neighbors that came here and spoke so passionately about their concerns. I just wanted to point out that, let's make it clear that your vote tonight isn't to approve or reject the project. That isn't the function, as you know better than I. That's not the town council's function. You created a process. And February 15th of this year, you voted unanimously to create the RFP steering committee, and you gave it the charge of reviewing proposals to RFP number 2425-11. And the suggestion was that this steering committee should come back to the town council with a recommendation. And the recommendation could have just as easily been, we didn't see anything that we liked. We don't think that anything here is good. We don't think there's any proposal that's meritorious. Instead, after completing your task and effort and time, all well spent, I think, on July 14th of 2025, according to the minutes on your site, the steering committee voted unanimously to recommend the term sheet submitted by my client. And that, of course, there are 4 members of this town council who were part of that Steering Committee. And again, that was a unanimous vote. So now, after spending several years to obtain rights to this parcel from the state of Connecticut specifically for economic development, after creating an RFP for people to respond to, after creating the accompanying steering committee and having them complete their task, we're at the point where a positive vote simply allows this lengthy process to continue. It is not an approval of the plan, and that's not what's on your agenda. It's whether or not there is the potential of selling this property to my client after it receives all of the land use and regulatory approvals. I mean, that's in the terms and conditions that were submitted as part of the RFP. It's part of the discussions I had with your council. You know, at the end of the day, there is no immediate sale. A yes vote doesn't mean we close tomorrow. It means that we are simply going through the process. You have a very capable Inland Wetlands and Watercourse Commission. You have a very capable Planning and Zoning Commission. The state has a very capable Office of State Traffic Administration. I mean, all of these bodies, we have to go to them, gain their approval before we come back and ask you to sell the property to us to complete the closing. So this is conditional. This is not a sale. You know that better than I do. These are all conditions that we have to meet. The burden is on the applicant. We've heard from the neighbors their concerns, and we're prepared to address those and any concerns raised by your planner, raised by your town engineer, raised by the council, P&Z members, whatever they may be. My client feels very comfortable, given his team and given the nature of his proposal, that we will be able to meet and address those concerns so that the town will be pleased with the final result. All 29,000 of you will be pleased that there is something here in town that will generate some additional tax revenue and provide some other job opportunities. The risk is ours, but we're willing to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Senaviva. Does that conclude?
It does.
Thank you. And thank you also to the other representatives that spoke. And with that, I will close this public hearing. I don't believe so, based on his comments from earlier. Is there something that you have that you'd like answered, Mr. Veliver?
If I could, one question that I had proposed, or I asked, because it was something I was curious to, because one of the things that I'm not a big fan of is sort of housing in the North End, in that 600. I think it's, regardless of the nature of it, I don't think that that's really what was designed to be up there. But be this, one question I had was, if we were to go forward with this, and maybe this is a question directed at the town attorney or the developer, would any transfer of this property be able to be conditioned on a restriction or covenant, basically, there could be no residential housing built on that, on that property?
So let's do this, Mr. Veliver, because it's going to be the first item that we address in the regular meeting.
Right.
We don't normally have Q&A during the public hearing portion, so let's close the public hearing. Let's move on to the motion, the second, and as part of discussion, you will be allowed to ask your question.
Okay.
Is that acceptable? Thank you. So with that, then I will officially close the public hearing, and we will move directly into the regular town council meeting of September 9th, 2025. We have called the roll, we have done the pledge, and I am going to take the privilege of the chair to move new business item 8A to the top of our agenda, which is the discussion and possible action regarding the potential sale of real estate of 58 plus or minus acres of land formerly owned by the state of Connecticut, adjacent to Interstate 691 with frontage on Route 10. And with that, Ms. Pearson, would you please do the motion? hang on one sec.
Be it resolved that the Town Council approves Resolution Number 09099252. Be it resolved that the Town Council hereby approves, rejects the sale by the town of the 3 parcels of land identified as lots 31, 32, and 33, approximately 58 acres, on the Town of Cheshire Tax Assessor Map Number 4 to 3 Squared LLC in accordance with the term sheet dated July 10th, 2025, and RFP number 2425-11.
Thank you, Ms. Pearson. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Mr. Walsh, thank you. Mr. Veliber, I will give you the opportunity to ask your question, and then I will go to Mr. Jinks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first up, on the motion, was the motion to approve or to deny?
The motion is to approve right now.
Okay, I thought there was an
As
approve.
stated, yes.
I thought it was approve
or
slash deny.
reject,
Okay.
But we're sticking with the motion will be to approve. So if you want to approve, it's a yes vote. If you don't want to approve, it's a no vote, just to clarify.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that motion. So back to my question. My question was whether, as a concern, if we were to move forward with that, if we were to approve this, could there be a restriction where, no matter what the limitations would be, since we're getting the property, we got the property from the state, but if we wanted to do this, but we didn't want any housing on that property, could we impose a restriction on that transfer that there could be no residential housing on that property?
If the council approves the resolution, the next step would be to negotiate a land disposition and development agreement. And if one of the conditions of approval is what you articulated, that would be subject to negotiation. So if that's a condition of the approval, then that'll be in the draft LDDA that we create.
Gotcha, but it wouldn't have to be in the motion itself. It would be in the negotiation and discussion after the fact.
Well, if you're gonna vote to approve, it should be as part of your approval that condition is included in the LDDA.
Okay. So
Because it's not in the term sheet.
right, okay, and that's why I was curious. If we wanted to do that, that would have to be part of this, we have to amend that motion to include that.
Right.
Mr. Jinks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's very nice to finally be able to be speaking freely about this matter. It's been 6 months on the steering committee, and then 4 to 6 weeks of being careful what I say, and I think that everyone has kind of seen that from me over the last several weeks in trying to be accessible to my constituents and my neighbors and friends, but not be able to say a whole lot. So good evening, everyone. I'd like first to comment on the role of the steering committee. The steering committee, at least as I understood it, was to objectively evaluate the proposals received and provide a recommendation to the town council. Nothing more, nothing less. The uses of the property were specified in the RFP. There were only 2 proposals received. One proposal had a projected annual tax revenue that was 45% more than the other. One proposal projected 30% more jobs than the other. One proposal had a much larger natural buffer between the development and the Birch Drive neighborhood. One proposal had a private road rather than a public road, which means less liability for us and less cost to the taxpayers going forward. And one project's proposal meant fewer students than the other, again, less cost for the taxpayers going forward. Being objective and having a relatively narrow scope, the steering committee voted in favor of the better proposal. It was the 3 squared proposal. But this doesn't mean, as some have suggested, that the council or the town were endorsing the 3 squared proposal or suddenly attempting to rush it through, as some have suggested. The steering committee's decision was only the very beginning of this process. It wasn't the end. Normally, the path of private development in the town starts with inland wetlands and planning and zoning. These are the commissions that are tasked with ensuring that when development happens, our water resources are protected and development on one parcel will not be a detriment to abutting parcels. We have pages and pages of code and regulations that guide the decision-making of inland wetlands and planning and zoning. These commissions, if the council were to approve the sale of the property, would likely have multiple public hearings of their own about the project. But what is really special and unique about this situation is that this time, the public gets a chance to weigh in before this project even goes to inland wetlands and PZC. This time, the process has an additional layer of transparency. Everyone is getting to see what this project is well before the hearings would begin at PZC and inland wetlands. Through the council in this case, the entire community is deciding on what we want for Cheshire. It's not the developers, it's not the regulations, it's not the 9 members of planning and zoning. For once, the little guy has the power, and this time we get a chance to save a piece of Cheshire for Cheshire. Over the past 4 to 6 weeks, I haven't heard from a single person saying they support this project, not one. In my 6 years on the council, there hasn't been a major decision like this where the will of the voters was so unequivocally and overwhelmingly on one side. Especially in this day and age, widespread agreement is surprising and refreshing and seems to be a very rare thing. But it's not just the one-sided nature of this that has informed my thinking. It's that I fear that ultimately, planning and zoning and inland wetlands would be unable to stop this project even if they wanted to do so. Traffic concerns and the loss of wildlife are always an issue, but these concerns rarely stop development. If they did, there'd be less traffic and more green space in Cheshire. I also don't think this development could be stopped on health and safety grounds. I'm sure there are plenty of studies showing that cold storage facilities don't have adverse effects on the health and safety of neighbors. But in my opinion, the big one is the noise level. And we just heard an extensive study. I understand, I accept the science. But based on the testimony of residents in Castle Heights and Birch Drive about how much noise they already deal with from highway traffic, industrial properties, even nearby, somewhat nearby restaurants. I visited the neighborhood 3 times over the past few weeks. Especially at night when you walk around, the highway noise just kind of bounces off the houses. It's louder than you can imagine. It's actually, I think it'd be, I'm sure the young residents of Castle Heights don't have a hard time with having a conversation in that loud noise, but I'm sure it's difficult. But it is quite loud. So I have very real concerns about layering on even more noise. I do believe it would devalue the residential properties, and we don't have a noise ordinance in Cheshire. So we can't really protect ourselves when it comes to noise. At the most basic level, my job as a representative for the 2nd District and the representative of the Birch Drive, actually it's Birch Drive, Aspen, Poplar, Tulip. Why do we always say Birch Drive? You know, there's a few other streets up there. And Castle Heights neighborhoods, is to be their voice. This is my responsibility I've always taken very seriously. I don't think of the people in my district as constituents. They're my neighbors and friends, and I'm glad to have heard from so many of them, even though in this case it hasn't exactly been cordial at all times. But I stand with my neighbors. I'm enthusiastically voting against the sale of the property tonight, and I also support asking the state to amend the conveyance to give the town more flexibility with the use of the property. And I'll go to Hartford, and I'll write that with you. Our town in this council majority punches above our weight at the Capitol in Hartford. With your support, I'm confident we can and will make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenks. Ms. Kramer?
I wanted to take a second to thank everybody here, advocates, community members, fellow town council members, and town staff, and even the developers. Because without you, I wouldn't have been able to experience what I've been through and watched as this community has come together the way it has. I would like to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude for the efforts many of you have made in reaching out to the council. Your emails, your advocacy, and your ongoing commitment to understanding the process have not gone unnoticed. I deeply respect the eloquent leadership shown throughout this process. This may be just the beginning, but I believe it's an honorable start. The respectful and organized manner in which you've approached this issue, largely avoiding personal attacks, is something I truly appreciate. While it may not always feel like much to others, I want you to know that your dedication and thoughtful outreach means a great deal to me. Advocacy is vital to the democratic process. I've witnessed many types of advocacy, both here on the council and before the Joint Committee on Commerce in Hartford. I know how difficult it is to gather a diverse group of people with differing interests and expectations and unite them under a common cause. It takes leadership, persistence, and passion, and I see that all in the efforts made by the North End residents. Thank you once again for your leadership and your commitment to this cause that benefits all of Cheshire. Your advocacy truly does make a difference. As members of the council, we too are volunteers who advocate for our constituents. I personally advocate for the 4th District, and I have seen just how effective, organized, and graceful leadership can be in making an impact. Thank you. The North End has consistently brought that leadership to the table, which has been a refreshing change from the more hostile rhetoric I've unfortunately encountered in other settings. That being said, I want to reiterate that this is a rarity for the town council to have a say in the sale or development of property. The sale of this industrial parcel, as we are currently discussing, is incredibly unique. It's important to keep in mind that the town council has no authority over what private landowners can develop on their property or to whom they choose to sell. However, I am encouraged to see more attention being paid to local developers in a few of the comments on our record. And I believe this is a timely step in the right direction for the future of our town. As we move forward, it is essential that we continue and you continue to advocate for responsible and sustainable growth that benefits everyone with regard to this parcel. We must try to ensure that development aligns with the needs of our community, balancing tax revenue, job creation, and residential opportunities with necessary infrastructure growth to support these changes, which you've talked about all night. While expanding the tax base is crucial, it should never come at the expense of residents' quality of life, and trucking and cold storage within 300 feet from a resident's backyard implies just that. For the North End, I hope a development that is better suited to the area as it exists today is found. While I understand this parcel has a strong potential for development, especially as the surrounding area continues to evolve, I do not believe that a cold storage facility within 300 to 450 feet, I've heard conflicting numbers, of a residential neighborhood is a reasonable solution. We must continue to advocate for something that aligns with the character of the area while ensuring that our town remains healthy, thriving, and well-positioned for the future. I will be voting no this evening.
Mr. Wolf?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for coming out for both of the public hearings. And thank you to the 3 Squared team on all the efforts that you've invested into this process. Thank you to the residents for doing the work and participating in the decision-making process in our town. It is too easy these days to have opinions on how this town grows and not participate. I take the opinion of the residents of Cheshire seriously. I have listened to and read all the comments from residents. I have decided to vote against this project. We have heard entirely from residents who are against this proposal. I appreciate that this community is not in favor of this project for several valid reasons, and I have decided that their voice and objection has the strongest influence on my decision. But I want to make sure we all understand that after tonight, the power to decide the fate of this property ceases to be with the town of Cheshire. I will advocate to our state legislative delegation to have the state study this property and provide a detailed ecological study and a comprehensive survey of the land in the spring when wildlife and the wetlands are at their most active. We as a community can do our best to suggest the best use for this property, but we are limited in what is in our control. Having the facts in relation to this property will be critical. There have been many comments about the process and transparency I wanted to address. The steering committee was charged with looking at the RFPs that were submitted to the town for this property based on the land conveyance legislation. Going in, the committee had no idea what the proposals would be. Our role was to compare the two and decide which one should go to the entire council for further scrutiny, and more importantly, which proposal should be subject to a public hearing. The steering committee heard proposals in confidence in executive session. This is prescribed by statute. Contract discussions must be in confidence. This happens on a regular basis with town deliberations. The process breaks down if all parties when all parties know what each other are proposing. We have heard from the public and the developer in the appropriate forum and time. The notion that decisions are a foregone conclusion should be dispelled. In the last few years, the public has come out against other projects and made it clear of its disapproval. The proposed apartments on the corner of West Main and Mountain drew a large crowd opposing it and voiced their concern about traffic and safety in the area. The zone text change was not approved. I hope that this community involvement continues in a constructive, civil manner with facts and reason. Cheshire is in a position where we need to increase our tax base while not stretching the services too thin. There will be more controversial projects that will come up in Cheshire. I hope everyone in this room and watching at home continues to participate in shaping the fate of this property and others. I ask everyone to be open-minded and listen to all sides and not prejudge or throw Facebook bombs around. This is not healthy for our town. Again, thank you to 3 Square developers and the residents for caring so passionately about Cheshire.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Ms. Allard.
Folks, it's 9:37 at night, and I just want to thank you all for being here. I highly encourage people to run for political office in some capacity. I know for me, serving on the town council has been an eye-opening education on the process of local government. And who knew tonight I would learn a lot about box turtles. One primary responsibility of the council is to pass a budget and set a mill rate that financially supports the community goals. If you'll recall, budget season was also a time where we had a robust community engagement, during which 2 themes were repeated: support funding to our schools and keep taxes low. It was clear to us during budget season that the expenditures were very slender. In fact, a point that was repeatedly stated by all members of this council is that the challenges were due in large part to the lack of revenue and not an issue of overspending. As such, it is critically important that we give serious consideration to the opportunities of economic development to fund the competing priorities of the town to maintain essential services while also minimizing the burden to the taxpayer. While we hear your concerns about overdevelopment, the town council typically does not have any jurisdiction over these things. If overdevelopment is a concern of yours, the officials on the Planning and Zoning Committee should be carefully considered when you vote. Also, I highly recommend you go to the Cheshire website, click on the Notify Me section of the website to keep abreast of the things that are happening in town. Subscribe to the meetings, watch the agendas, show up at the meetings, and make your voice heard, just as you did tonight. This is a very unique situation, one in which the town council does have the rare opportunity to influence such a project. This process was done exactly as it should have been. This is democracy in action. I would like to thank the developer, 3 Squared, for your comprehensive presentation and for considering Cheshire a place to do business. I would also like to thank the many residents who provided input and on how you would best like to shape our community. Without community engagement, we are left to guess what your values are. I assure you, integrity still matters. Your voices have been heard. Again, this is what democracy looks like. You clearly indicate that preserving what makes Cheshire a great place to live, the place we call home, is priceless and not for sale. I value democracy, and I am pleased to support the members of this community by voting no to moving forward with this sale. Like Mr. Wolf, I am concerned about what might happen to the property if the state does take it over. If the state takes it over, we have no say on what they do. And it's possible that it might be a development that is worse than what was proposed. I support Representative Liz Linehan's offer to work with the state in seeking open space for conservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Pearson?
I'm going to reiterate much of what has been said before me already. This has been an unusual process in that the town council does not usually review these proposals. This would have gone to P&Z and to the other commissions. This would not have run through town council at all, but because the state property was at stake here, we were involved. And so in many ways, as Councilor Jinks stated earlier, this process actually provides you with an additional opportunity. And so we've heard 4 hours of you, and we've heard you loud and clear, and we appreciate every single email. We appreciate every single speaker. We appreciate the time you took into putting together your presentation in such an organized fashion for us. Thank you. And I do thank 3 Squared for all the time. Clearly, you are invested in the community as well, and your rebuttal, you presented some important details and facts for us, and so we appreciate your time as well. As Councilor Allard referred to, we are in a difficult position. This is a really difficult year budget-wise for us. We were facing a $15 million gap in our budget, trying to meet the services we normally provide in our community. So not adding a thing, not adding a single thing, but meeting what we have expected in our community from our schools, from our human services, from our fire department, from our police department. And so we had to make some really difficult choices this last budget season. We were without the Biden rescue funds, all those ARPA funds that helped to fund Bartlett South. You know, we don't have that anymore to fund those kinds of projects. You've seen taxes go up because your properties are now valued higher because of revaluations, but when your properties are revalued higher, that means also your property taxes go up, and we know that, we feel that we pay those property taxes as well. The reduced mill rate that we had as a result of some of the reevaluation resulted in our not receiving state subsidies for our motor vehicle tax and for our schools, and so we saw decreased revenue, which is part of why we saw this $15 million gap this year. And we're finally addressing the schools. And so we have 2 new schools coming online, much needed schools, but the debt service that we're going to have to pay to start paying for those schools, well, that came online this year too. So this was a really, really difficult year. And so a project that was going to assist us in alleviating those tax burdens was something that we were looking at. But I have to tell you, after reading all of your emails, listening to you over these last 2 months, reviewing the proposal ourselves here, I cannot support this proposal as written. We do not know what is going to be happening with the Stonebridge Shopping Center, as many of you pointed out. I think it would be wise for us to determine how that is going to influence our traffic patterns in town. Open space is something I have long valued in this community, and that's one of the reasons why this town council actually added to the referendums for this year an additional $2 million. This will go to the voters. This is for you to decide, so read these referendums that come to you carefully. But we have voted to add a referendum to add $2 million so the town council can purchase. What's that? Oh, wait. We wanted $2 million, but we negotiated to 1.5. So we ended up with 1.5 million to invest in open space and promoting open space. And so I thank you all. I'm looking forward to working with Representative Liz Linehan in amending the conveyance, so perhaps we can increase the amount of open space that is there. And perhaps you mentioned a frontage of commercial so that we can alleviate the tax burden. Okay. So I look forward to those conversations, but again, I will be voting no on this proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Pearson. Mr. Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, first, I want to thank everybody. This has been a year of advocacy, and I've never seen more people coming into our meetings than we have this year between the animal advocates and the people from the Birch Drive, Castle Heights area. I think it goes to show that, you know, the best comment I heard today was, I got to meet a lot of my neighbors, and now I'm friends with them. I think that's a great thing. Having run a charity for many years in this town about neighbors helping neighbors, there's nothing better that I could see than the neighbors helping neighbors here. I too was on the steering committee, as Mr. Jinks explained, and Mr. Wolf too, that it was up to us to decide which of the two projects was the best. And Mr. Jinks eloquently explained the differences, and you know, we didn't have a lot of choices here. I always believe in passing things forward and letting the full council discuss things like this versus just a few of us discussing them and making a decision. So that is why it was moved forward here. I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot over the past few weeks from many of you out here. I've done my own research as well. I too drove over into that neighborhood at different times of the day to see what the kind of noise it was. And I can see the type of neighborhood it was, first of all, and it's a very quaint neighborhood. There's beautiful homes and kids running around, and I really enjoyed going over there. Then I thought, would I want to have something like that 400 feet from my home? No, I would not want something like that 400 feet from my home. So that's kind of it's a difficult thing because, as Ms. Pearson said, it's a difficult budget year. We're going to have another difficult budget year next year. We need to try to generate some kind of revenue, and we felt that the best way to do that would be to get some kind of project in that north end that would work. Obviously, from the show of people here, and it's not the type of project they want up there, and I understand that. I would ask that, I appreciate Ms. Representative Linehan coming here and offering her support and to let the town council, you know, work it out over the next few months to see how best we can do what we can do with that land before we turn it back to the state. You know, whether it's something of just the Route 10 frontage or another part where people said, how about a development similar to Castle Heights? That would be great. I do feel for the people of you know, the Three Square group, because they've spent a lot of time, they've spent a lot of money on this. They went out and they were the only of the two developers who came in actually with a company ready to move in, which would have given the town a lot of tax base. But it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough for me. I can't vote to support this tonight because of the group that is before me and the group that came a few weeks ago. I feel that we are elected to listen to our constituents. Although I don't represent the second district, I do represent the 3rd district, which abuts that, but I also represent all of Cheshire. It's not just my district, and I listen to my neighbors, my friends, and my family, and do what I feel is best for this town. I would like to make sure that, you know, this council does spend some time and put some kind of focus group together where we can discuss this property and see what's best for us, and perhaps put out another RFP. But this time, maybe, and I'll admit we made a mistake, bring in a couple of neighbors from the Birch Drive area to be part of that group so that we can find a way to best utilize that property to the benefit of the town and everybody here. So thank you so much. Sorry guys, I can't support it.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Velleber.
Well, after hearing my other counselors, I guess there's really no need to amend my motion, the motion to discuss the housing issue of it. So with that, I'd just like to say, this is a pretty unique situation, as mentioned earlier, where the town council has the opportunity to not only address this issue, but to allow you as the residents to have a very big say in what's happening. So I'd like to thank the 3 Squared team as well for their time and their effort in trying to be part of the growth of Cheshire. Thank you to the residents who've come out for 2 public hearings in mass, which is great to see. If anything, we're glad to have been able to allow you to all become friends. That's nice, better friends. But I'd also like to say, make no mistake, you are the reason that this is a no vote tonight. So as has been discussed, I represent the 1st District, which is nowhere near 691. I think only Councilor Kramer lives further away from that area than I do in town. And so my job is to focus on the best interests of the people of the 1st District, while balancing that against and with the best interests of the town. After listening to the well-thought-out and presented proposals, both in the first presentation as well as tonight to give us some additional information, as well as all the great points and arguments that were so eloquently raised by everyone here tonight, despite the potential for tax revenue, I do not believe this project is in the best interest of the town or the residents of the 1st District. So with that, I would say, although I think that the town, needs to increase its grand list to keep up with the needs of this town, this proposal and this project is not part of that. We need to, continue to focus on development in the town, but this project is not the right project for that location, and we need to pump the brakes on development. And with that, I will be voting no on this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Veliver. Mr. Mylone.
Yep. No. Nope, not yet. There you go.
And sorry, I can't see the color difference. I am the last to vote.
I still get to go, Mr. Mylone.
Oh, Peter, I'm sorry. You still.
I get the last word.
Peter has the last word. I'm the second last.
He never has anything to say.
And unlike others here, I don't have a prepared statement because I hadn't made my mind up until I felt I had heard everything. We were asked during this process if we had questions to submit it to the town planner in writing, and we would get answers. We got answers to some of those questions tonight, but not all of them, quite frankly. And this is a significant decision to make. We understand how important it is to every resident in this room and to the town as a whole, and take that responsibility very seriously, but would have preferred a process where we could have gotten all those questions answered as we had discussed, and we're in a better position to make a decision. I don't think it's fair to the applicant who put in a tremendous amount of time and effort into this application to not have the opportunity to have us consider their answers. For instance, we have an expert on noise here tonight who made a statement. There was a follow-up that they weren't given a direction to go in one way or the other. I would hope not. I don't think any professional should ever do anything other than what's right and what's correct, and so I wouldn't have expected anything else. But we haven't seen their study. We haven't had a chance to review it. So I'm torn right now for many reasons. I'd like to make a couple of points. First of all, Attorney Olson made a very good point. She stated that other agencies, like Planning and Zoning, Wetlands, even DEEP, as they review the NDDB issues, et cetera, have limited jurisdiction. They have criteria they have to follow. They have to work around the regulations that provide the decision-making that they are entitled to make. We as a council have complete discretion this evening. We don't have those those constraints. And so we're trying to do what we think is in the best interest of the community as a whole and the neighborhood without any other constraints other than what's best in our own mind. Everyone in this room should realize that as townspeople, we are currently paying for infrastructure that's been extended to this area. When we voted to approve the TIF support for the North End development, which is the financing which reduced the taxes that we'll receive for a period of years, we supported for that to not only provide infrastructure, water infrastructure, sewer infrastructure, and transportation infrastructure for the proposal that you see in front of you, but for other land within that area that was supported by our own funds. So we're supporting development up there right now. And if this property does not go forward, we'll have used taxpayer money for something that isn't going to occur. So for that reason, I'm fully supportive of development in this area. I concur that protection for the neighbors is absolutely critical and absolutely important. And you have all made tremendous reasons why this application may impact you. We don't know for sure if it will, but we know that there's significant concern that it might. I'm also supportive of our ability to continue to try and find a plan for this property that can provide us the tax base and utilize the infrastructure that we've put in place and we're all paying for with our taxes without impacting the most nearby neighborhood. I was happy to hear most of the people here, several people say that they would support an alternative plan. I'm happy that you wouldn't want to see us do nothing here because I don't think that's in the best interest of the town as a whole. Clearly, there's a need for protection for the nearby residents. Some of that is provided by the natural resources on this property, the wetland system, the slopes, et cetera, that are along the eastern part of this property that abut the residential neighborhoods, leaving the western part of this property more suitable for development. I would be happy to see this extended by the state so we have more time to do something here that would be still in the best interest of the town as a whole, but also not so negative in terms of the impact to the neighborhood. And that could even include active adult or 55 and older housing. That, for all intents and purposes, from a tax perspective, is industry. It provides, as you all mentioned, it provides us the benefits of industry without the impacts on the school system, et cetera. So those are all great comments. I would have preferred to have a little more time to think this through clearly because it is a very, very important application. It's a very, very important property for the town of Cheshire as a whole, and clearly it's very important to the neighbors. But I'm not sure if additional time would have changed my mind given the concerns for the impact for the adjacent neighborhood. So I'm going to join my other council members tonight in not supporting this application.
Thank you, Mr. Milone, which does leave me in this case. So the nice part about being the last person to speak on a particular issue is that everything has already been said by a great group of colleagues. I do want to extend my thanks to the Three Squared group. I appreciate not only your interest in Cheshire, but your professionalism and integrity throughout this entire process. I want to thank the residents that appeared, the residents who spoke, the residents who emailed, and the residents who simply showed up in solidarity. This, ladies and gentlemen, is how democracy is supposed to look. You know, we heard, I kind of jokingly waved around this file folder, at the beginning of the meeting. We heard from over 100 residents on this subject. I have served on this council for 14 years, and I can count on one hand with a zero the number of times that we heard from over 100 people on a particular issue. So the applause should not go to these people. The applause should go all to all of you for the jobs that you do. This is exactly how the process is supposed to work. I know there's been criticism of how this played out, but I can assure you the process was followed. Government is not quick. The old adage of how long does it take to turn a battleship applies to government. We had a parcel of land that was conveyed to us by the state. We put out a request for the proposal. We assigned a committee to weigh those proposals. The committee made a recommendation to the council, and the council brought that recommendation to the public, which is exactly how this process is supposed to work. We can't shorten the process, we can't speed up the process, and we certainly can't circumvent the process. The town council is 9 voters elected by the citizens of Cheshire to represent them in matters that fall under the council's purview. We do not regulate land use. That is the purview of planning and zoning. The sale, the potential sale of this land is under the council's authority, and this council is about to speak. And it appears, I'll end the suspense, that I will vote no, and it appears that the vote tonight will be unanimous. With that, and seeing no other discussion, I will call for a vote, reminding my colleagues that a yes vote is in favor of the process and a no vote is against the proposal. So with that, all those in favor, please signify. All those opposed? The motion passes unanimously. We still have an entire agenda of business to take care of. Which,
You're welcome to stay. Please stay.
Please stay and be a part of this. So the first item on our agenda, after we move back to our agenda, and Madam Clerk, I misspoke. I said the item passes unanimously. The item fails unanimously. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify. So our first item is public communication for anyone that is not speaking on a public hearing topic tonight. Anyone that would like to address the council may do so. Seeing none, we're going to move on to the approval of minutes. The minutes of the August 12th, 2025 regular town council meeting, the meeting of August 18th, a special meeting, and August 25, 2025 special meeting. Please, sir, we really have to, we're conducting a meeting, but thank you, I appreciate it. So the approval of the minutes, I will entertain a motion for the August 12th and August 28th, as well as August 25th. Okay, so let's go back. Okay, so let's take a 5-minute recess, and we'll give the room a chance to clear, and we will continue with business. You can hear again, Madam Clerk.
Coming out. Have a good night.
Okay, so we're going to relook at the approval of minutes and tackle them a little bit differently. Did you say there was one, or you're good with all? Okay, so, okay. All right, so let's do the 12th first, Mr. Veliber, if you would amend your motion to just be to approve the minutes of August 12th.
Oh, I was one of the,
You got the,
All right, then yes, I'll amend that motion.
okay, so you've got that. Mr. Walsh, were you the second?
Yes, I was second.
And you'll amend your second. All right, so we are voting strictly on the minutes of August 12th. All those in favor? All those opposed, and all those abstaining? Mr. Wolf and Mr. Jinks are abstaining, which brings us to minutes of August 18th and August 25th. I will entertain a motion. Mr. Jinks and Mr. Veliber for a second. Those are for 18 and 25. All those in favor? Mr. Milone, you're good with, yep. And Ms. Allard is abstaining on that one, so it passes 8-0-1. Brings us to consent calendar, Mr. Jenks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Be it resolved, the Town Council approves resolution number 090925-1. Be it resolved, the Town Council approves the consent calendar for September 9th, 2025 as follows.
And a second from Ms. Pearson. Thank you. All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously by those sneaking back into the room. No items removed from the consent calendar. Old business, as you know, that's usually our spot for Mr. Gussenberg, but anticipating the late hour of when we would potentially get to Mr. Gussenberg, his report is going to be part of the town manager's report and should be in your packets as well, and the clerk confirms that. So Mr. Gussenberg's report is in there, which brings us to new business. We have concluded item A, and we'll move to item B, the approval of revised 22-23 Neighborhood Assistance Act applications. Ms. Kramer.
We're talking about resolution 090925-3?
That's correct.
Okay. Be it resolved that the Town Council approves Resolution 090925-3. Be it resolved that the Town Council approves the revised Hometown Foundation, Inc. submissions for their Police Canine Project to the State of Connecticut 2022 and 2023 Neighborhood Assistance Act Program as presented at a public hearing on September 9th, 2025.
Thank you, Ms. Kramer. Do we have a second? Ms. Allard, thank you. Any discussion beyond, I know that Mr. Kimball did the presentation on the hearing topic earlier. Is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, the motion passes unanimously. Brings us to item C, amendment to bid limits. Mr. Jinks.
Get there, I'm scrolling still.
Scrolling.
I got it. Be resolved, the Town Council approves resolution number 090925-4. Be resolved that pursuant to section 7-8C1 of the Town Charter and Public Act number 25-92, the Town Council amends the requirements for sealed bids for October 1st, 2025 through January 31st, 2026 to a $35,000 bid limit for both non-construction related services and construction related services. And be it further resolved that in accordance with Section 7-8C 9 and Section 7-8C 10 of the Town Charter, the Town Council authorizes the Town Manager, his designee, and the Cheshire Public Schools to purchase goods or services for the town without bids through the State of Connecticut Department of Administrative Services and through or in conjunction with other municipalities' qualified bids, RFPs, and regional and federal government purchasing entities, including but not limited to the U.S. Government General Services Administration, Capital Regional Council of Governments, and any successor organization, Connecticut Library Consortium, Library Connection, Inc., National Joint Powers Alliance, Council of Government of the Central Naugatuck Valley, and any successor organization, Capital Region Education Council, Western State Contracting Alliance, and National Association of State Procurement Officials Cooperative Purchasing Organization, Houston Galveston Area Cooperative, that's HGAC, Universal Service Administration Company, Sourcewell, and Omnia Partners.
Thank you, Mr. Jinks. Thank you, Ms. Pearson. Mr. Jinks or Mr. Kimball, do you want to?
Yeah, I'll just say that basically it's we're meeting what the new state bid limit is of $35,000. Mr. Kimball, if you want to go ahead and add into that, feel free.
Sure. Just as a reminder, the town council put forward as our legislative recommendations this past year a request to the council to increase from the $25,000 cap. We had requested up to $50,000. The state did see fit to pass through the attached public act an increase to $35,000, and so we are now updating our bid limit number to be consistent with the state cap limit that they have in the new legislation. So this simply implements that request, and I think other towns doing similar can credit Cheshire for our advocacy in trying to get this through this past legislative session. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Kimball. Any questions or comments, further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Item D is the acceptance and appropriation of $150,000 from legislatively allocated state funds by the Connecticut General Assembly for the Cheshire Town Pool upgrades, mainly for the splash pad. Ms. Pearson.
The Town Council approves Resolution Number 090925-5. Be it resolved that the Town Council hereby accepts and appropriates legislatively allocated state funds from the Connecticut General Assembly in the amount of $150,000 for Cheshire Town Pool upgrades, splash pad, to the capital account number 2000-20150-5800-01517, and to be it further resolved that the Town Manager, Sean M. Kimball, is authorized and directed to execute and deliver any and all documents necessary on behalf of the Town of Cheshire with the State of Connecticut Department of Economic and Community Development.
Thank you, Ms. Pearson. Thank you, Mr. Jinks. Discussion.
So this is the, do I need to say anything?
Yes.
Yeah, so basically this is added to the $1,450,000 project that will result in the splash pad. This will be going to referendum in the fall. This was allocated from the state. We thank Courtney Cullinan from the Senate for helping to bring some of these funds to Cheshire. And that's all I have.
Discussion, questions, comments? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, motion passes unanimously. Item E is the acceptance and appropriation of $30,000 donation from Linda Buckley in remembrance of Lillian Buckley for the purchase of a new exterior sign at the Cheshire Senior Center and Senior Center programming. Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Be it resolved that the Town Council approves Resolution Number 090925-6. Be it resolved that the Town Council hereby accepts and appropriates a $30,000 donation from Linda Buckley in remembrance of Lillian Buckley to the Human Services gift account for the purchase of a new exterior sign at the Cheshire Senior Center and Senior Center programming.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Do we have a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Normally, these would fall under consent calendar, but the extremely generous donation by Ms. Buckley in honor of the other Ms. Buckley, we thought it was appropriate to break it out and recognize this individually. Any comments or discussion? Ms. Pearson?
I just know that the sign itself was about $7,000, and then the additional monies will go towards programming for the center. So we are very, very grateful for those additional funds that will provide that programming in the center this evening.
Anything further? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Next is item F, the acceptance and appropriation of $41,675.61 in national opioid settlement funds for opioid remediation. Ms. Allard.
Be it resolved that the Town Council approves Resolution Number 090925-7. Be it resolved that the Town Council hereby accepts and appropriates $41,675.61 in national opioid settlement funds to the special revenue account for the continuation of the approved opioid remediation plan.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. We have a motion and a second for Ms. Pearson. Thank you. Mr. Kimball, I know that we have received several of these in the past. This one is certainly of a large nature, and maybe you can just remind the council and the audience that may still be with us how those are being utilized.
Sure. So over the years, since about 2021, and Michelle Picarillo has done a number of presentations on this in the past with respect to some of the purchases for various trainings, Narcan, and other programs that are directly impacting opioid and opioid issues in town. But most significantly, and I think pretty forward-thinking of Cheshire, we hired a few years back a substance abuse counselor, 50% funding in prior budget years. This last year, you'll recall at the sort of nth hour as we were making final budget adjustments, we did, given the support of these funds, fund 100% of that salary for this current budget year for the substance abuse counselor. And again, it's a real need. It's a quiet need in the community, but it's one that his work is very, very full with a lot of great work that he does here in town. So as you'll see in the agenda submission form, to date, we've received $307,000 from the opioid settlements. There is still, after this appropriation, $204,000 remaining. And we hope to continue that program long into the future. And these funds have been very, very helpful to that end. Thank you.
Questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Brings us to item G, the appointment of the Town of Cheshire representative to the South Central Connecticut Regional Water Authority's Representative Policy Board for the term beginning today and running through June 30th, 2028. Mr. Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Be it resolved that the Town Council approves Resolution Number 090925-8. Be it resolved that the Town Council hereby appoints Dina Allard as the Town of Cheshire representative to the South Central Regional Water Authority for a term of September 9, 2025 through June 30, 2028.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Thank you, Ms. Pearson. I would be remiss if I didn't recognize, because he is still here, Mr. Slocum, who served for many years on that regional policy board, and we appreciate his service.
And I thank you for that, but I would also like to commend the council for making what is a political appointment, which I fully understand. But I wanted to come and express my thanks to the past councils for allowing me to serve residents of Cheshire and also serve in the best interests of the Regional Water Authority on a very important job, which I did truly enjoy. And I do honestly want to speak my horn, blow my horn. I think I did do a good job on the behalf of the council. They were always well informed on what was going I will miss it, but I know, Dina, you'll do a fine job. I do appreciate the fact that it's coming. It's going to be a position filled by someone, at least for now, is on the council. And I think there's some benefit to the organization when it's someone from the legislative body. I think it was certainly helpful to me, and I think helpful to the organization. So thank you for the privilege of having the ability to express not only my disappointment, but my thanks for my past appointments, of which many of you did have an opportunity to vote. Dina, good luck, and I'll be happy to give you any primer you would like. It takes a little getting used to it, but it's like any saddle. Once you're in and interested, you'll do fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. And
Thank
I
you, Mr.
appreciate the
Slocum,
indulgence.
and thank you for your service as well. Yes, Mr. Walsh.
I also want to thank Mr. Slocum for his service to the RWA. I know it's a very important time with the potential purchase of Aquarian, and I know that from hearing from other people, the kind of work that he has done there has been tremendous. He's been hardworking there. It's, I think, probably as much time as he was when he was served on the council, doing the kind of work that needed to be done. And I just want to make sure that Ms. Allard is ready for this, because I think she's jumping into a hornet's nest there where it's going to be very busy. But take Mr. Slocum's advice and get as much information out of his head as you can, because it's going to be a very busy year probably for you. So congratulations on it.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Velleber.
Thank you. I too would like to thank Tim for your hard work and dedication and years of service to the Regional Water Authority. You've done a great work. You just gave us a wonderful presentation just the last meeting or the meeting before, an update. And I recognize the ability to find a replacement, and I wish Dina the best in this appointment. But I do think, I just wanted to say that it's too bad and unfortunate, and I'm a little disappointed the council has decided to forego reappointing Tim, who's been such a dedicated and diligent service, especially at this important time. But best of luck to you.
Thank you, Mr. Velleber. Mr. Milone.
Yep.
I'd also like to echo those sentiments. I know this, as Tim said a second ago, this is a political appointment, but I've seen many political appointments foregone because people were doing a very good job as administrations changed. And they've been left in their position to perform because they were doing what's in the best interest of the town of Cheshire. I think Tim was doing that, and he would have done a great job if he continued to go forward, particularly, as was said, this is such an important time at the Regional Water Authority. Having said that, and I'm disappointed, I have always been impressed with Dina's kind of commitment to doing the right thing and working hard, and I think there'll be a transition period. Hopefully she will reach out to Tim and try and learn from him, so it's shortened as much as possible. But I have confidence that Dina will do what it takes to get the job done. Wasn't sure who the appointment was. I would have liked to have known it before tonight, so I'd have had some consideration as to whether or not, if it was someone we didn't know, it would have been a hard thing for me to support. But I will support Dina because I know that she's committed to doing the right thing. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milone. Anyone else? Ms. Pearson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Slocum, for your service over the years, and appreciate your bringing your expertise to that job. And likewise, I look forward to having Dina take on that position. She is someone who has taught me a whole lot about our wastewater treatment plant. Now you get to deal with the clean water, get to work on the other side of the aisle. But as others have stated, you asked the right questions. I knew you were the right person for this. We're sad you're not running again for town council, and so we're not likely to see you on the dais here, but we know that you'll be doing the good work that you've done here and continuing that in this new role.
Thank you, Ms. Pearson. Anyone else?
Could I say a word?
Absolutely.
So I've been the Consumer Affairs Officer for the Regional Water Authority for 17 years. And I remember when Tim was appointed to the RPB after David Borrowy, who had been on the RPB, went over to the 5-member authority and now is the chair of the 5-member authority. And I didn't know what to make of Tim at first. Tim asked very hard questions. And he became the chair of the Finance Committee. And if you are ever interested in how this whole PURA approval process goes with Eversource looking to get approval of the sale of Aquarion to Regional Water Authority, you can watch the hearings that were live streamed and are available on the PURA website. You can read the briefs. And the one thing that becomes very, very clear to you when you dig into the Regional Water Authority is what a unique governance structure it has and how absolutely complicated financially it is because the legislature set it up that way. And what's come out of the PURA process is how few people really understand exactly, including people in the legislature, understand what it is that the structure is. And Tim, as the chairman of the Finance Committee, really, as the consumer advocate, I really appreciated the questions that he asked and how difficult he made it for management at times by asking those pointed questions. And like Tim, I'm available to help you any way that you need as well in terms of getting up to speed. It's a great group of people, and they are completely committed to the mission of conservation and stewardship of their 27,000 acres and the provision of really, by all measures, if you go by the Department of Public Health quality reports, the best product in Connecticut in terms of the quality of the water. So thank you, Tim, and welcome, Dina.
Thank you.
Ms. Allard.
Mr. Slocum, thank you very much for the service. Not only that you have provided to the Regional Water Authority, but your commitment and dedication to the town. I recognize that I have some big shoes to fill, and I don't even expect to be able to do so. However, I will take you up on your offer for help, as well as Mr. D'Onofrio. I look forward to rolling up my sleeves and getting to work and learning everything that I need to do to continue to serve the town. When I decided to not run for council, it was primarily a scheduling issue with respect to my commitment with my paying job as well as my family, and then this. I felt like I could do any two of those three successfully, and the one thing that really needed to go was these late hours at night and not being home, So I was honored to have been asked to be appointed to this, and I am really, really grateful for the opportunity to continue to serve our community, and I hope I do so with the same level of integrity that you have done. And thank you all for your support. I promise you I will do everything I can to make you proud of this appointment.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Jinks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, yeah, Tim, I didn't realize we were lauding you tonight, but I'll take part a little bit. But I know you've obviously from previously serving on the council with you and for those 4 years together, and it was a pleasure working with you. It truly was. And I always like seeing you here, and I know that you have put in a lot of time and effort into this RWA job as well. I know how much you love this community, and that's always great to be associated with someone that loves Cheshire. So
I didn't mean to put anybody in a hot seat.
no, it's fine. It's fine.
I just didn't.
Yeah.
But I just couldn't bring myself to not come.
Right.
So I appreciate that.
We're glad you
It's
did.
probably a unique experience you won't see repeated.
And also congratulations to Dean as well.
Thank you. Absolutely.
And with that, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Well, with one abstention. Brings us to item H, the approval of financing for energy performance contract. Ms. Pearson, kick it off, please.
All right. Be it resolved, the Town Council approves Resolution Number 090925-9, Whereas the town of Cheshire, Connecticut, the town, desires to enter into a lease purchase financing for the acquisition and installation of facility improvement measures, FIM, comprised by photovoltaic electric generating equipment and fuel cell systems from Johnson Controls Incorporated in the amount of $23,390,804, the equipment, and whereas the town desires to acquire the equipment and enter into a lease purchase agreement with a financing institution, the lessor, to finance the acquisition of such equipment, and whereas the town council at its meeting held on August 12th, 2025, has approved resolutions authorizing the entering into a performance contract and apply for federal and state grant programs for the project. Now therefore be it resolved that the town manager and the town treasurer are hereby authorized to receive and review a proposal or proposals for the lease purchase financing of the equipment and make an award to the lessor as the town manager and the town treasurer determine to be in the best interest of the town. And two, the town manager is hereby authorized to enter into a lease purchase agreement, the lease, by and between the town and the lessor for the lease of the equipment for a period of no more than 20 years in such form and having such terms and details as determined by the town manager and the town treasurer, subject to the following limitations. The amount to be financed under the lease shall be no greater than $23,390,804 and payable in installments of principal and interest, the frequency of which to be determined by the town manager and the town treasurer. At the conclusion of the term of the lease, provided all the payments required under the lease, including payments of rent, have been made, the lessor's interest in the equipment shall terminate. Payments in respect of the lease shall be subject to annual appropriations of the town. The lease shall include a non-appropriations of funds clause, allowing for termination in the event that sufficient funds are not appropriated to make payments of rent and other amounts each fiscal year. Two, that the town manager and town treasurer are hereby authorized to make such representation and covenants and to execute and deliver such contracts, financing statements, affidavits, agreements, and documents, including but not limited to an escrow agreement and a tax regulatory agreement, as are determined by the town manager and the town treasurer to be necessary or desirable to evidence and secure the town's obligations pursuant to the lease, to ensure the interest paid on the lease is exempt from taxation under the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, as amended the code, and to finance and the purchase of equipment, and that the execution of such contracts, financing statements, affidavits, agreements, and documents shall be conclusive evidence of such determination. Three, that the town manager or the town treasurer is hereby authorized to appoint a bank or trust company to act as escrow agent in connection with the foregoing lease purchase transaction, and to do or cause done by any and all other acts and things necessary or proper to further the purpose of this resolution and the term and obligations in respect of the lease. 4, the town hereby expresses its official intent pursuant to Section 1.150-2 of the Federal Income Tax Regulations, Title 26, the regulations, to reimburse expenditures paid up to 60 days prior and any time after the date of passage of this resolution in an amount not to exceed $23,390,804 for the equipment with the proceeds of the lease. The lease should be issued to reimburse such expenditures not later than 18 months after the later of the date of the expenditure or substantial completion of the purchase of the equipment, or such later date the regulations may authorize. The town hereby certifies that the intention to reimburse as expressed herein is based upon its reasonable expectations of this date. The town treasurer or his designee is authorized to pay project expenses in accordance herewith, pending the execution of the lease. And lastly, 5, nothing contained in this resolution, the lease, nor any other instrument shall be construed with respect to the town as incurring a pecuniary liability or charge upon the full faith of credit of the town or against its taxing power, nor shall the breach of any agreement contained in this resolution, the lease, or any other instrument or document executed in connection therewith impose any pecuniary liability upon the town or the charge upon its full faith and credit or against its taxing power, except to the extent that the payments payable under the lease are special limited obligations of the town as provided in the lease. Period.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Massiano, I can't imagine for a moment that you have anything in addition to that you'd like to say, but I will certainly provide you the opportunity.
I will just briefly say that these resolutions were drafted by the town's bond counsel, Glenn Rebecki. Work behind the scenes also included work from Matt Spurndle, who is the financial advisor for the town from Phoenix Advisors, Attorney D'Onofrio, Jim Jascott, and Sean Kimball, all working behind the scenes to get this. This is the next piece of the process to authorize the town manager when we find finance to execute that. There is a request for proposals that will be going out tomorrow, assuming the council approves these resolutions tonight, and we should have an answer within about a week as to what the financing rate will be. In the assumptions that were presented by Johnson Controls, the financing rate was 4.75%. Based on some representations and a survey of the market, it is believed that we will do better than the 4.75% financing rate, which helps the project. And that's all I have to offer at this time.
Questions? Mr. Veliber. She respectfully declines, Mr. Veliber. Seeing no other questions, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Massiana. Item I is the approval of single early voting site and plan. Mr. Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Be it resolved that the Town Council approves resolution number 0900925-10. Be it resolved that the Town Council hereby approves the Cheshire Registrar of Voters' plan of a single early voting site located at the Town of Cheshire, Town Council Chambers, 84 South Main Street, Cheshire, Connecticut, 06410, and accepts the early voting plan as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Thank you, Ms. Pearson. Mr. Kimball, I know that you worked with the registrar's office on this, and they're going to be using the third floor council chambers this year, as opposed to using the lobby as was done last year. So anything you want to add to the...
That is the most substantial change from last time. So the early voting location is still here at Cheshire Town Hall, as it was last year, as you just pointed out. But in order to accommodate the number of folks that we anticipate having, and also have folks not queued up outside and potentially in the elements, although we did luck out last year, just the lobby, it was our first time going through it. The lobby had some pros and cons, but there's a lot of pros for keeping it in this building. Obviously, the registrar's office themselves, if they have to go look up the voter registry or find something that needs sorting out, they're right here in the building. But we have dedicated and been planning for this for a number of months to schedule around. This room will be, during the early voting period for those few weeks, it will be dedicated to that purpose. So for those few weeks, any other meetings? Well, I know. Everyone's always disappointed not to have a special meeting at the end there. But we're gonna, right, anywhere you'd like. But yes, that's the trade-off, one of the trade-offs. But and you'll see there's references, of course, to ADA and through the elevator access and everything being part of having this access here. It isn't a presidential election, so sometimes we don't have quite the turnout, although you never know. But we hope everyone does turn out, as we always do. But I think all the more reason just to prep and also practice this for some of those sometimes higher turnout elections. This early voting is something that we're still kind of building the airplane as we fly it, so to speak, with last year. And again, I would be remiss if I didn't mention just how wonderful the registrars did last year on the fly, as we talked about, as the council recognized them for. And again, this is both Matt and Sylvia came with this plan last week, and I appreciate you getting it on the agenda for this meeting. Thank you.
Questions? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, motion passes unanimously. The first of two 824 referrals to Planning and Zoning Commission. The first one is for 1370 Marion Road easement. Mr. Jinks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Be it resolved that the Town Council approves Resolution 090925-11. Be resolved that pursuant to Section 8-24 of the Connecticut General Statutes, the Town Council hereby refers to the 1370 Marion Road easement as presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission for their review and to issue a report.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Mr. Walsh, thank you. Mr. Glidden, do you want to talk anything about the referral? It's strictly a referral, so it really, I don't think it
Just to clarify the
requires-
property, yeah,
Thank
I'm
you,
happy
Mr.
to take
Kimball,
it,
sure.
sure. Just to clarify, this is an easement request from Eversource with respect to the Barnum Elementary School property. It runs along the access drive off of Marion Road, down to the school, and they need a utility easement along the side of the driveway. So that's all it is.
Questions? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, motion passes unanimously. Back to Mr. Jinks for 824 referral to P&Z, State of Connecticut for property rights on Route 10. Mr. Jinks.
Be it resolved, the town council approves resolution 090925-12. Be it resolved that pursuant to section 824 of the Connecticut General Statutes, the town council hereby refers the state of Connecticut request for property rights on Route 10 as presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission for their review and to issue a report.
We have a motion, we have a second from Ms. Allard. Mr. Kimball, this is for the intersection on Route 10 of Harrison Road, Cook Hill Road, and South Brook.
So it's for a ramp right at the corner of Cook Hill Road where the parklet is.
Right.
So it's for a new ADA compliant ramp.
Excellent.
Does that mean they're gonna start doing all those?
So you're going to be seeing a lot of these. We have 3 others that'll be coming next month.
Yeah.
It's for a ADA compliant ramp at the corner of Cook Hill in front of the parklet. On the parklet side where the Ives corner is.
On the north side. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I would say northeast side.
Is there a crosswalk there now?
No.
Will they put one there when they put that ramp?
I'm not sure. I know that they're putting in the equipment and they're putting the push button for it. I haven't seen the layout. This is just for the easement.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, motion passes unanimously. Item L is the approval of the Cheshire Police Union contract. Ms. Kramer.
Be it resolved that the town council approves resolution 090925-13. Be it resolved that the town council approves the collective bargaining agreement between the town of Cheshire and the Cheshire Police Union for the term July 1, 2024 through June 30, 2028, as presented pursuant to approval by the union membership.
We have a motion, we have a second from Ms. Pearson. Thank you, Ms. Kramer. I know that Chief Jortner is here. Chief, did you want to talk about the highlights, or Mr. Kimball? I know, we had the opportunity to discuss this earlier this evening, but.
Sure, I can just do a brief summary, and then Fred, if you want to jump in. But we're very happy to bring these negotiations to resolution with our police union. This contract is for a 4-year contract. It dates back to last July 1st, starting the first year of the contract. It has some market rate adjustments for the recruitment and retention of our police officers, moving up our starting pay and making some adjustments to the steps and GWIs of 3% in each year, with the exception of the third year. It has a 3.5% increase. We're able to negotiate some organizational changes that Chief Jortner brought forward in proposal that are included in this contract as approved. And also, I think most significantly, this contract brings back a Tier 2 pension option for our existing police officers who aren't currently able to participate in the pension plan. Brings back, again, a second tier for all new officers to be hired, but also an option for those existing to enter into the new Tier 2 pension plan. And again, those are probably the most critical updates. There's a number of other caps on comp time and some other administrative type changes that we sought and were successful in getting through negotiation. And I'd just like to say we certainly appreciate the police union's willingness to negotiate this in good faith over the last couple of years, and we're really proud to bring this to a resolution. They did vote in favor of this last night as a union, And so now it's before the council for your consideration.
And I would just like to add, we appreciate the continued support and the investment that you have made and continue to make in the police department. And we're very happy to have resolved this. It's been a lengthy, long 18 months, and we're happy to be sitting here tonight in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Questions? Mr. Walsh?
First, I want to thank Chief Jortner. He came in he was part of it the whole time, but I know that, as Chief Drive left, he had to take the lead on that, and I appreciate you bringing it to an end here. It's been a long year or so of a negotiation, I'm sure for you guys. I'm happy to see that we have created ways for retention. We have a very good group of police officers that I have seen. Not that I get stopped or anything, but I've seen them around town. But if they do stop me, remember, I'm complimenting you. But they do. I think we're actually bringing our force up to where it should be in terms of salaries and benefits, and I'm glad that we're there. And I hope that when in the future, if we need to get more police officers, we will get the best, and they will want to work here because of what we're giving them in terms of their salaries, their pensions, and other benefits, and of course, working with Chief Jortner. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Pearson?
Likewise, I want to thank Chief Jortner for your patience through this process and stepping in during these recent months. You've been there all along, but particularly taking leadership roles these most recent months. And again, our hope is that with the addition of pensions and bringing the salaries of our police force officers up, right, so that we are competitive with other communities, that this will improve the recruitment and the retention and the morale of our force. Investing in our policing forces is incredibly important, and hoping that the investment in this pension in particular will go a long way regarding recruitment, retention, and morale. Thank you.
Mr. Jinks?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, thank you, Chief Joyner, for, as everyone else has said, bringing it to resolution. And thank you to all of your officers and the hard work that you guys and gals all do for us every day. It's been, I think that the council has been supportive of the police department for a long time, but I think with this package, we're showing, not just support, but strong financial support as well, and giving you the tools you need to bring our force kind of back up to where it should be. And we'll have some savings, we hope, from less turnover and less, kind of issues of people, coming and going and stuff. So makes a lot of sense, and I'm glad that we were able to bring it to resolution.
Thank you.
Ms. Allard?
It is so past my bedtime, and I am a little tired. But the reality is I cannot contain my excitement to be able to support this. This has been something we had been hoping to achieve for, as you said, the last, 18 months or so. And I can tell you secondhand, as my husband is a police officer, how difficult it is and has been for their department to attract people, to retain people. And the reality is it's really difficult when that happens and people come in, they get trained. As you know, they're not even on the street for so long as they're at the academy. And then by the time they get on, then they leave for a brighter future, and who can blame them? I am so happy that the base salary has been raised to something that is competitive and comparable to other towns. Our police officers are so worth it. We support each and every single one of them. I know when they are short-staffed, how challenging it is on the family, because what happens when you're so short-staffed is when the officers think that maybe they're going home, they then get ordered to work. And so there are many, many family events that they miss as a result of their commitment to our town. There are many holidays that they miss as a result to their commitment to our town. Kids' sports and all of the like, weekends. It is a very, very difficult job first of all, the safety aspect of it, but secondly, the struggles that it puts on the officers with respect to the time that they have to commit, and then also the families. I can speak firsthand and how difficult that is. I've often said, as the wife of a police officer, you have to be prepared to do everything alone because you never really know. You never know whether or not your spouse is going to be home. So, that being said, I am thrilled to support this, and I'm happy and hopeful that this is something that will enhance retention, which will actually improve safety, because now we have seasoned officers who want to work here, who want to stay here. I'm really, really pleased to support this, and thank you very much for all of your effort.
Thanks. I'll be sure to pass along all the goodwill, but we have a very astute and educated workforce, and they're probably tuned into local access right now watching, so
Good.
they could hear from you.
Good.
Thank you, and one of these days I'm going to get to work this button. I know I
Yeah,
was going to.
I know, I didn't have mine on, so we're even.
Well, I'd like to echo the sentiment of thank you, Chief, for taking this on and getting this over the finish line, along with everyone else who helped work on that. Thank you to the officers who voted for this to work with you and to come to this I think a good resolution for everybody. I know it's taken a while, but I think this is going to be good. I know that it's important, as has been expressed earlier, that we need to get to a point where we have officers who come to Cheshire, who want to be on the force and stay and move up through that through the ranks and stay here. And build that longevity within the force. But it's also nice that with this new, as we've discussed, the new structures that are going to be in place with this new contract are going to help with mentoring and developing those officers in the system as well. So I think not only, I think this is going to be a good development for the police department, but that's also going to be a good development for the town. So thank you to all who helped bring this together, and look forward to seeing this, the police department grow and expand. Thank you.
Ms. Kramer.
I just wanted to reiterate how proud I am to be part of a council that brought a pension system back to our first responders. Funding the police force in Cheshire and having you fully staffed is, regardless of how this election goes, I'm proud to have been part of that. And I hope that what we've been able to do really makes our police feel wanted, needed, and cherished in this town.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I get the last word. So Mr. Velleber took across the finish line, so it's football season, so I'll use the goal line. But I want to thank the union. I want to thank our labor attorney, and Chief, I want to thank you for getting this completed. I was a member of the council and fought strongly against the removal of the defined benefit pension, and I, as Ms. Eller said as well, I am very proud to be on the council that is bringing it back. So I will absolutely support this motion tonight. So, and with that, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
An enthusiastic yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Chief, thank you.
Thank you.
Brings us to the time where we need to entertain a motion. Thank you, Mr. Velleber, to extend the meeting. Mr. Walsh, was that a second? Yes. All those, I know it's the toughest vote of the night, but in order to extend the meeting, all those in favor, motion passes reluctantly unanimously, so. Yeah. 8-1 then.
Sorry, buddy, you're stuck.
So the next two items, M and N, we will hold for an ever so brief executive session, which brings us to item 9, the town manager's report. Mr. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In your packets and online, you should see the town manager report. I will, in the interest of time, just summarize. Just a reminder, though, this weekend is our highly anticipated Cheshire Fall Festival and our first Fall Festival on our new Great Lawn and utilizing all of Bartlam Park and the Bartlam Park expansion. So that kicks off this Friday. Some of the carnival equipment and rides started to arrive today, a day early, but they did arrive and are starting to be set up. And so just a reminder that we have Friday food trucks and music and the carnival kickoff, and really the opening of Fall Festival, Saturday, all-day Fall Festival, Sunday, additional carnival rides and activities. So it's going to be a great weekend. Looks like the weather, knock on wood, is going to hold up too. So we're really excited. And related, you'll see in the report there, and just a reminder, I know the council's been invited, but before the 7 p.m. concerts kick off on Friday night, there's a 7 p.m. and an 8 p.m. At 6:45, we're going to have a bandshell ribbon cutting for community leaders and those individuals that help support the entire project to be recognized and to celebrate kind of really the culmination, substantial completion of the whole project. So we're very excited about that. I've mentioned a few of these last time. September 19th is another concert at the Bartlam Park Great Lawn, the Dan Pugash Big Band in partnership with Ball and Socket and the Friends of the Cheshire Library. Our last Bartlam Beats concert, the one that was moved, the Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers Tribute Band, is Sunday, September 21st at 6 p.m. So again, it's like a music festival this month at Bartlam Park. Just want to highlight the library summer reading program was a huge success this year. An increase of signups of about 4%, but what's remarkable is the increase in those that completed the entire program was an increase of 50%, which in 137% of adults, which probably had something to do with their own dedicated adults end of the year party at Counterweight, which was really great. So kudos to our library team for great work with the summer reading program. And then, as promised, the last section there, actually on to 2 or 3 pages, you'll see Rich Gussenberg did submit. I won't read through all of it, but please take a minute to read this month's Next Generation School Building Committee update as he leads off, and I will just reiterate, and as he says, the council enjoys hearing. Both projects are on time and on budget, and he reiterated that again at the beginning of his report, along with some updated photos. And that's all I have for my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kimball. Questions? Seeing none, I'll remind colleagues that police, fire, economic development, and as Mr. Kimball mentioned, school modernization are in your packets. They are always great to peruse and read, and we learn about all the wonderful things that are going on in town. With that, I'll go to item 10, reports of committees of the council, starting with A, chairman's report. To my left, Ms. Kramer.
Nothing to report.
Mr. Wolf. Ms. Allard.
I have nothing to report as well.
Mr. Jinks. Ms. Pearson. Brings us to liaison reports. Heading back to my left, Ms. Kramer.
Nothing to report.
Mr. Wolf. Mr. Allard, Mr.
Hey.
Ms. Allard.
Use my
Sorry,
correct pronoun.
I'm looking at Mr. Wolf. And
Thank you, ma'am. I'm teasing. I just wanted to say that there is an ordinance review committee meeting scheduled for Thursday, September 18th at 6:30. Other than that, there's nothing else to report.
Mr. Jinks. Ms. Pearson. Mr. Walsh.
More signs being approved by beautification. A lot of them up at Stonebridge, but a few around town. Avante Grill, which is in our economic development report, will be opening, I believe he said, the end of October, somewhere in there?
Mid to end of October.
Yeah, so he's got new signs coming up, and they look really nice, so over at the Watch Factory, so
Yeah.
welcome.
Mr. Veliber. Mr. Milone? Nothing for miscellaneous brings us to 11 appointments. Mr. Veliber, do you have anything?
I have 2. Mr. Chairman. First, I have the appointment of the resident tenant for the Cheshire Housing Authority. I'd like to reappoint David Pyman. It's a renomination. The Cheshire Housing Authority His term will be present to 5/31/2030. For those who don't know, the Cheshire Housing Authority has 4 members and 5 members total, but 1 is a resident tenant. So Mr. Pyman is the current resident tenant and would like to be reappointed. The second appointment is the appointment of Michael O'Donnell to fill the vacancy on Chesprocott Health District, to fill the vacancy of Lauren Backman. Term of office will be present to 12/31/25.
Thank you, Mr. Veliber. Mr. Wolf, would you do the second? Second. Thank you. Call for a vote. All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Moves us on to the town attorney's report. Mr. D'Onofrio.
The only thing to report on that you're probably just waiting with bated breath to hear about is Merrick and I have been following up with some folks that haven't done their fats, oils, and grease compliance. And we're getting a really good response. We had a list of about 25, and we're down to less than a half a dozen. The folks have been very responsive.
That's good.
So the fog is clearing up.
The fog is clearing. Which brings us to item 13, council communications. A is letters to the council, and Ms. Shepherd has told me that I have to read everything that's in this packet. Are you sure, Ms. Shepherd? Do you want to be here until 2 in the morning? Nothing for anyone seriously have any letters that they received that wasn't regarding public hearings?
Oh, no, I was going to say, I mean, I'm sure we probably all have the exact same,
Yeah. Yep.
All I know is I didn't receive any letters outside of what I assume either came from you or looked like generic, went to, even though it may have only come to me, it probably went to everybody.
Correct. Yep. That's what we surmised too, so, yep. Nothing for miscellaneous, which brings us to the items for executive session. For land acquisition, contract negotiations, pending litigation, I'll entertain a motion to include the council, the town attorney, the council clerk, no? Do you? No. Are you you're gonna stay to do the stuff at the end, right? Or? We can do that.
Yes.
Do that, we should do that, yes?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so, Ms. Shepherd will be excused. Who's staying out of staff? Mr. Martelli drew the short straw and is forced to stay. Mr. Glidden will join him for one of the items, which we will move to the forefront. And Mr. Jascott, you're gonna stay? Excellent. So, for those, yeah. I'll entertain a motion then to go in. Mr. Veliber, second, Ms. Allard, all those in favor? We're in, and the only thing we're gonna do is come out and vote. So, Mike, I will allow you to go then, too. Positive.